Chapter 4496. Supremacy Skywolf was undoubtedly very strong. He could draw upon the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the power of the great abyss. Such power was absolutely unparalleled. Unfortunately, Supremacy Skywolf's extreme path immortal physique was too weak. He possessed the body of Supremacy Yu Yuan, who was considered an expert among the Supremacies. However, Supremacy Yu Yuan's extreme path immortal physique could not withstand the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the great abyss, not even 1/10,000th of it. Forcefully using this power would cause one's body to explode and their primordial spirit to collapse. Roar! Supremacy Skywolf had no other choice. He frantically drew upon the power from all directions. Rays of divine light wandered around his body like lightning. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body. "Hey, Li Kuan, that wolf cub is going all out," the blurry figure in the distance said. "I can see it. Going all out? You'll need to have the capital to do so." Li Kuan sneered. Going all out? Sure, but he needed to have the capital to do so. Preposterous. Supremacy Skywolf was enraged. This guy dared to look down on him. This daddy will teach him a lesson. Heavenly Wolf slaughters the heavens. Supremacy Skywolf roared. In the next moment, his aura soared to the limit. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. Hand seals. Roar. Endless power gathered on his hand seals. A terrifying wolf silhouette appeared in the void, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Without any hesitation, the wolf formed by Supremacy Skywolf pounced at Patriarch Li Kuan. The might of this pounce caused the entire world to tremble. Courting death, Patriarch Li Kuan's face darkened. He waved his sleeve and whipped at the wolf that was pouncing at him. However, in the next moment, immortal ancestor Li Kuan's sleeve exploded. The wolf's sharp claws reached for his head. Damn it! Li Kuan was enraged. A ball of immortal light erupted from his body and instantly enveloped him. The wolf's sharp claws were directly blocked by the immortal light. It couldn't break through the immortal light's defense. Li Kuan directly stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 front legs of the fierce wolf. With a forceful pull, he actually tore the fierce wolf into 2 halves. Although the fierce wolf was formed by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign using the Heavenly Wolf Slaughtering Heaven art, it was incomparably real, just like a real fierce wolf with flesh and blood. The wolf that was torn in half by Patriarch Li Kuan dissipated into the void. The moment Li Kuan broke the Sky Wolf Supremacy's mystic art, a divine light instantly pierced through Patriarch Li Kuan's body. This left Patriarch Li Kuan in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Patriarch Li Kuan lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He saw that his wound was suddenly burning. "I can't accept this." Old ancestor Li Kuan revealed a look of despair. With his wound as the center, his entire body turned into ashes and the ashes dissipated into the world. A powerful immortal Tao old ancestor, or to be precise, a supreme immortal ancestor, died just like that. His body and soul were completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Even the internal world of the supreme immortal ancestor silently crumbled and everything inside was obliterated. The other supreme path immortal ancestor in the sky was dumbfounded when he saw this. "Impossible!" A supreme immortal ancestor exclaimed in shock. "Humph! Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" As the Sky Wolf Sovereign looked around, his eyes flickered with a bright light. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The mysterious figure in the distance sighed. Patriarch Li Kuan was a super old fogey with an extremely powerful cultivation base, but he still died at the hands of the Sky Wolf Supremacy. That's right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Sky Wolf Supremacy had pretended to be weak before suddenly erupting with power and killing Patriarch Li Kuan. The truth was that the Sky Wolf Supremacy had only succeeded because Li Kuan hadn't put him in his eyes. He had been too careless. What's going on? Didn't Patriarch Li Kuan have the upper hand? Patriarch Li Kuan lost? Heaven Extremity and the others who were still trapped in the killing formation were utterly shocked. In their opinion, Patriarch Li Kuan was a supreme immortal who had lived longer than them. He was known as a supreme immortal ancestor in the primal beginning realm. The death of a supreme immortal ancestor was unprecedented. One should know that a supreme immortal ancestor was much stronger than a supreme immortal. Although it was hard to believe, Patriarch Likuin was truly dead. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to fight? The sky wolf's supremacy stood in the sky and emitted a boundless immortal glow. No one dared to accept his challenge. Likuin is dead. Hao Xian, you're next. The sky wolf supremacy's voice echoed throughout the primal beginning realm. What? He's challenging Emperor Hao Xian? That's a great emperor. An older cultivator exclaimed in shock. Great Emperor was the title given to the supreme experts in the primal beginning realm. The extreme Tao realms in the primal beginning realm could be divided into 3 realms: Supreme Saint Immortal, Supreme Immortal Ancestor, and Supreme Great Emperor. Supreme Great Emperors were invincible existences that could do whatever they wanted in the primal beginning realm. Haha, Hao Xian, that brat is challenging you. What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? In the depths of the starry sky, 2 powerful figures were facing off against each other. The phenomenon of the 2 figures was shocking. One of them was like the ruler of a star region, with a star region faintly appearing around him. The other figure was surrounded by vast primordial qi. Oomph! Great Emperor Hao Xian sneered, but he did not say anything. Hao Xian, you seem to be getting more and more timid. Emperor Dao Heaven sneered. Dao Heaven, let's settle the matter of you killing my disciple first. Emperor Hao Xian stared coldly at Emperor Dao Heaven. Who's afraid of you? Emperor Dao Heaven said as he took a step forward. Primordial chaos qi revolved around his body. Each strand of primordial chaos qi was bigger than a mountain. Die! Emperor Hao Xian roared in anger and attacked. Rumble. In the next moment, countless stars smashed towards Emperor Dao Heaven. The Dao Heaven Emperor pressed his right hand forward, causing the countless stars to explode in the void. The destructive power spread out, shaking the heavens. The 2 great emperors started fighting. At this moment, in the abyss, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. How do you 3 want to die? Sovereign Sky Wolf stared at Heaven Extremity and the others in the killing formation and asked coldly. The Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Tao Saint Immortal were in despair. However, Heaven Extremity was still calm, as if he still had something to rely on. Lord Skywolf, I'm willing to submit. The Extreme Tao Sword Immortal hurriedly said. Lord Skywolf, I'm also willing to submit. The middle-aged Supreme also chose to submit. No one wanted to die. As long as they submitted, they could live. What about you? Sovereign Sky Wolf looked at Heaven Extremity and asked. Surrendering without a fight isn't my style. Heaven Extremity suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Supreme retreated far away. Then let's fight. Chapter 4497. Supreme Skywolf knew how to endure. To be precise, he was an expert in disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. In Gu Fei's opinion, Supreme Skywolf's methods were definitely comparable to Hei Tian, Old Turtle, and Little Monk Fanxio. These guys could endure what others could not. He had schemed for countless years, set up a killing trap, and even sealed his Yuan spirit in a coffin made of connate primordial divine metal. All of this was to kill his former enemy. Today, he had done it. He had killed Supreme Yu Yuan and immortal ancestor Don Yun. Although Supreme Yu Yuan was an extreme Tao sacred immortal of the previous generation, immortal ancestor Don Yun was extraordinary. She was an existence in the ancestor realm, an immortal ancestor who stood at the peak of the extreme Tao. Li Kuren's death would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the primordial realm. Countless living beings would die as a result, and even the structure of the entire primordial realm's cultivation world would change. At this time, he had to subdue the 3 extreme Tao sacred immortals trapped in the killing formation. The extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the other extreme Tao sacred immortal chose to side with Supreme Skywolf because they were terrified when Supreme Skywolf killed immortal ancestor Don Yun. That was an immortal ancestor, yet she was killed just like that. Heaven Extremity, I have to admire you. Supreme Skywolf stared at Heaven Extremity. Admire me for what? I'm just a drunkard. Heaven Extremity opened his wine gourd and took a huge gulp. Then, he plugged the gourd and wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. Drunkard? The Sky Wolf Supremacy frowned and immediately attacked the Heaven Extremity. Heaven Extremity did not side with Supreme Sky Wolf like the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the other Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal. Instead, he chose to fight Supreme Sky Wolf. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Countless formation patterns appeared in the surrounding void. These formation runes dissipated in the void. The Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal were sent flying. This is, Gu Fei, who was deducing the formation, was also alarmed by this battle. Is this the power of an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal? Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded. He was not as calm as Gu Fei. In fact, it was his first time witnessing a battle between Extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. It should be noted that it was not easy to encounter a battle between Supreme Sacred Immortals. In fact, if it wasn't for Gu Fei, a mere divine child of the five elements heavenly sect would have been killed by the extreme Tao pressure released by the Extreme Tao Saint Immortal. This shocked Pan Jiaming. This young man called Chu Xiaoyun was only a little cultivator at the soul formation stage, but he was able to withstand the pressure of an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal. With Pan Jiaming's cultivation, he was naturally unable to see through Gu Fei's depth. There was a faint aura around Gu Fei that blocked the pressure of the Extreme Tao Sage Immortal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity's hands were constantly forming hand seals that blasted out towards the Sky Wolf Supremacy. Every single one of those hand seals brought with them a tremendous amount of power. Is this your true strength? The Sky Wolf Supremacy clenched his fists and punched out again and again. The power of the countless hand seals was completely dispersed by his fists. At that moment, the Sky Wolf Supremacy's battle intent swept through the surroundings. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, all living beings who sensed it were scared out of their wits. Even the countless cultivators outside the abyss were trembling. Roar! The ferocious beast under the third Prince Pingtian roared uneasily on a mountain. The faces of the third prince's followers had already turned pale. They were extremely terrified. Why don't I use the power here too? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could use the power here, he would be able to move freely in the killing formation like he was walking on flat ground. What? Brother Chu, you want to use the power here? Pan Jiaming was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. What was this place? It was one of the famous forbidden grounds of the primordial world, yet Chu Xiaoyun dared to use the power here. He was basically courting death. Gu Fei ignored Pan Jiaming and sat down on the ground. In the next moment, rays of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body and entered the surrounding space. Afterwards, Pan Jiaming suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the young cultivator's existence. Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the surrounding space. If he had not seen Chu Xiaoyun standing before him with his own eyes, it would have been as if there was no one there at all. What? Pan Jiaming was shocked again. He never thought Chu Xiaoyun would be able to form some sort of connection with the killing formation with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, the Sky Wolf Supremacy suddenly sensed something. His expression became rather grim. Little ant, don't overestimate yourself. The Sky Wolf Supremacy sensed the movements of the killing formation while fighting with the Heaven Extremity. In the next moment, terrifying destructive lightning bolts appeared above Gu Fei's head with a thought. Countless destructive lightning bolts bombarded Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. Pan Jiaming was scared out of his wits. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. Then, the destructive bolts of lightning that were descending upon them suddenly disappeared when they were only a few dozen feet away from the top of their heads. What? The Sky Wolf Supremacy was shocked when he sensed this. A little ant could really use the power of the killing formation he had set up? Even an extreme Tao formation supremacy can't do this. The Sky Wolf Supremacy was in disbelief. A little ant could actually shake the peerless killing formation he had set up. He was distracted and was almost hit by the Heaven Extremity's hand seal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity realized that the speed at which the killing formation devoured his vitality had slowed down. Who the hell are you? The Sky Wolf Supremacy had planned this for countless years. He thought everything was under his control, but now a variable had appeared. And this variable was actually two ant-like fellows. This little guy seems to be quite capable. At that moment, the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme realized something was wrong with Gu Fei. It was already a miracle that Gu Fei and Panjiaming were able to survive the Peerless Killing Formation with their cultivation bases. It should be noted that the Killing Formation was connected to heaven and earth, drawing the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the Great Abyss. It was a Peerless Killing Formation that could kill an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal. Moreover, an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal was killed when the Killing Formation was activated. We have a chance of survival. Chapter 4498. No one wanted to die if they could live. Although the Supreme Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme who were trapped in the Supreme Killing Formation were forced to submit to the Sky Wolf Supremacy, they did not want to become the Sky Wolf Supremacy's slaves and be enslaved. Gu Fei's appearance was undoubtedly their chance of survival. What caused these two Supremes to be in disbelief was that this fellow, who was as weak as an ant in their eyes, was actually able to draw upon the power of this killing formation. After all, this was a supreme killing formation that could kill an Extreme Tao Saint Immortal. Even an Extreme Tao Formation Sovereign would not be able to break through it in a short time. However, what Gu Fei was doing now was not to break the formation. Instead, he wanted to control the entire killing formation and use its power for his own use. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become one with the killing formation. Countless formation runes appeared and intertwined on his body as he deduced the killing formation. Every formation had a weakness. As long as he knew the weakness of this formation, he would be able to break it. Given Gu Fei's current formation Tao cultivation, he was definitely not inferior to He Tian's. After all, he possessed an extreme-grade spiritual force. The stronger the spiritual force, the easier it was to deduce the formation Tao. Yes, found it. Very quickly, Gu Fei found the weakness of this supreme killing formation. It seemed like the strongest place was usually the weakest place. He did not expect this supreme killing formation's weakness to be the core of the formation. Below the core of the formation was a bottomless pit. Endless power of the abyss gushed out from this bottomless pit and provided the killing formation with an endless supply of power. Correspondingly, the star array above the 9 heavens was also providing the killing formation with endless power of the stars. It was these two forces that supported the operation of this supreme killing formation. As long as the source of the supreme killing formation's power was cut off, the entire killing formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, Gu Fei did not want to break the formation. He wanted to seize control of the killing formation, and the array disk that controlled the killing formation was suspended above the black hole. Whether it was the power of the stars descending from the sky or the power of the abyss surging up from the depths of the earth, they all needed to be refined and fused by the array disk before they could be supplied to the killing array. That mountain-like formation disk was the source of the killing formation's power. It was the transfer point between the star power and the abyss power. Understanding this, Gu Fei was confident. Brother Chu. At this time, Panjiaming was nervously looking at Gu Fei. The terrifying aura from the surroundings caused his soul to tremble. This was an absolute suppression. As a divine child of the 5-element sky sect, Panjiaming couldn't bring himself to resist at all. In fact, the reason why Panjiaming was still alive was entirely because of Gu Fei. Otherwise, he would have been directly strangled to death by the power of the abyss, just like the others who had charged into it. A mere ant wants to shake a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly wolf supremacy's voice came from the sky, filled with disdain. A little guy in the divine transformation stage actually wanted to control the super-killing formation that he had set up. This was simply a huge joke. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? The Heaven Extremity said as he attacked the heavenly wolf supremacy. At this time, the Heaven Extremity seemed to have become a different person. He held a wine gourd in one hand and the Wuji bell in the other, forcing the heavenly wolf supremacy to continuously retreat. Clang! The Wuji bell rang and terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Countless formation runes in the surroundings were continuously destroyed and directly disappeared into the void. If this was the outside world, the Heaven Extremities attack could directly destroy an area and turn billions of living beings into dust. But in this killing formation, the power of the Wuji Bell was greatly suppressed. The power of the Wuji Bell could only break a small area, but this was already very shocking. However, the power of the Wuji Bell was also devoured by the killing formation. The power of the killing formation grew stronger as the battle went on. As the controller of the killing formation, the battle strength of the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy would also increase along with the power of the killing formation. Haha, Heaven Extremity, the outcome of this battle has long been decided. You can't win against me. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy laughed loudly as he attacked. Is that so? The Heaven Extremity smiled non-committally. In response to the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was a bell that shook the 9 heavens. That was the killing power of sound. It directly penetrated the void and acted on the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy roared and immediately retreated. 9 heavens wolf howl. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy roared. In the next moment, a terrifying sound wave directly came out of his mouth and blasted towards the Heaven Extremity opposite him. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy also knew the killing technique of sound. Buzz. The 2 killing powers of sound instantly collided. In the next moment, countless formation runes appeared in the entire void. These formation runes then dissipated in the void. Even the void was filled with countless black cracks that looked like strands of hair. The 2 figures retreated at the same time, but they immediately clashed again. Although the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy had the upper hand, the Heaven Extremity was too powerful. He was far stronger than ordinary Supreme Tao Immortal Ancestors. Moreover, he had many treasures on him. Even the wine gourd in his hand was a Sciention divine item born from the chaos. The Heaven Extremity actually used a Sciention divine item to store wine. This was too much of a waste. Sciention divine items were extremely powerful. The wine gourd emitted divine lights from time to time that pierced towards the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy like peerless divine swords. While the 2 powerhouses were fighting, Gu Fei's primordial spirit had already left his body and directly appeared in the center of the killing formation. Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw the hill-sized formation platform floating above the black hole. The formation platform connected the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. A beam of starlight larger than a mountain fell from the depths of the starry sky and directly landed on the formation platform. Below the black hole, a black light also descended from the sky and landed on the formation platform. This formation platform converted the energy of the stars and the energy of the abyss. A vast energy spread out from the platform and fused into the killing formation. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to refine this formation platform. He probed with a finger. Whoosh! A beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger and penetrated the formation platform in front of him. The beam of divine light shot out by Gu Fei's primordial spirit suddenly exploded when it was about 10 zhang away from the formation platform. A layer of formation runes appeared in the void, but very quickly, these formation runes disappeared into the void as if they were never there. As expected, Gu Fei nodded. This formation platform couldn't be without defensive power. There was a force that enveloped the entire formation platform. In order to refine the formation platform, the first thing to do was to break the defensive formation. How to break the formation? Chapter 4499. The primal beginning realm was the fiercest place in the southern region. It attracted the attention of countless living beings. The grand abyss of the southern domain was a deserted place to begin with. But at this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside the grand abyss. All of them were watching. Endless divine light rushed out from the abyss, and a beam of starlight fell from the 9 heavens, falling directly into the abyss. This ray of starlight was extremely condensed. Rumble! The abyss shook and a shocking murderous aura rushed out of it. All the cultivators were shocked. The abyss was much more terrifying than usual. This time, the abyss had turned into a Shuraba. No, to be more precise, it was even more terrifying than the Shuraba. Countless cultivators who had entered the abyss died in the abyss. Apart from a few, particularly lucky ones who had retreated before the killing formation exploded, everyone else had died in body and soul. However, Gu Fei and Panjiaming were an exception. Gu Fei and Panjiaming, the divine prince of the five elements immortal sect, were still in the abyss. Those two. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had started to break the formation. Gu Fei's primordial spirit appeared in the eye of the big abyss killing formation. The eye of the formation formed a world of its own. A formation platform floated above the abyss. It could reach the heavens above and reach the nine serenities below. To the nine serenities killing formation, this formation platform was directly related to the ownership of the killing formation. Brother Chu, Panjiaming stood next to Gu Fei's body. He didn't dare to go anywhere else. Yes. At this moment, in the eye of the formation, Gu Fei witnessed an unbelievable scene. As long as he controlled the array platform, he would be able to control the entire killing formation. However, Gu Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to control the killing formation. The surroundings of the array platform were protected by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign's array formation. If one wanted to control the array platform, one would have to first break the array formation outside the array platform. The Celestial Wolf Supreme was very careful. He had thought of everything. However, he didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't a creature of the primal beginning realm. Void Reversal. Gu Fei's nascent spirit directly used the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. In the next moment, his nascent spirit actually seemed to fuse with the surrounding space. Gu Fei's soul directly lunged forward and instantly passed through the killing formation, as if it had passed through a layer of transparent ripples. Gu Fei's primordial spirit seemed to have turned into air. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign, who had been sensing all the movements in the formation core, stopped smiling at this moment. In the next moment, a spiritual sense descended from the sky and directly entered the formation core. A figure silently appeared in the eye of the formation. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged on top of the array platform. He was casting a mysterious skill in an attempt to refine the array platform. Kill. The figure that appeared in the eye of the formation directly attacked Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the Sky Wolf Dragon Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's soul. Buzz! The void rumbled and the divine light that had pierced through Gu Fei's primordial spirit was reversed and directly shot towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent could actually reverse his attack. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was a supreme in the end and had extremely rich battle experience. His spiritual will incarnation instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation suddenly appeared in the sky above Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Boom! Powerful immortal Tao power erupted as the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation turned into a huge seal and smashed down towards Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Tao Soldier Transformation? Gu Fei's primordial spirit couldn't help but be shocked when it saw this. This divine ability was very powerful, but so what? It couldn't do anything to him at all. Gu Fei's primordial spirit formed a seal with both hands and blasted upwards. He also knew seal techniques, so the seal he formed with both hands released a dazzling divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided and an energy storm swept out in all directions. Formation patterns appeared in the void, one after another before collapsing. The entire formation platform shook. The operation of the formation platform was immediately affected. The power of the stars that descended from the 9 heavens and the power of the abyss that came from the 9 underworlds almost went out of control. Crack! Cracks appeared on the formation platform, one after another. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was shocked. The power of the 9 heavens stars and the power of the abyss that came from the formation platform was too powerful. Even if the formation platform was refined with immortal materials, it almost couldn't withstand the two forces. Fortunately, the two forces only went out of control for a short while and immediately returned to the right track. Rumble. The formation platform continued to operate, continuously converting the power of the stars and the power of the abyss. At this moment, The Sky Wolf Sovereign's main body sensed what was happening in the formation eye, and his face turned pale. Once the formation platform collapsed, it would definitely be a huge disaster. Little guy, you're courting death. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. A puny ant actually dared to threaten him. This little guy's primordial spirit was actually so powerful that it was hard to believe that he was a supreme. Haha, Sky Wolf, give me the thing and I'll leave immediately. How about that? The Heaven Extremity laughed. The moment the formation platform in the formation eye lost control, the Heaven Extremity felt that the entire killing formation's influence on him had completely disappeared. However, this only lasted for a moment. The entire killing formation actually showed a moment of weakness. To an extreme Tao powerhouse, this kind of weakness could almost determine life and death. Sky Wolf, you bastard. You want me to be your slave? Go eat *T. At this moment, a voice came from outside the killing formation. It turned out that the Supreme Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Supreme who were originally trapped in the killing formation had actually rushed out of the killing formation and arrived outside. They captured the flaw in the operation of the killing formation. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for them to escape. You guys! The Sky Wolf Sovereign was infuriated. He didn't plan a forbidden technique on these two guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign suddenly roared. His body shook and he staggered, almost falling from the sky. Kill. The Heaven Extremity didn't hesitate and directly punched the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head disappeared and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Clang. The everlasting bell rang and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's body also turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 4500. Heaven Extremity was extremely domineering. He used the everlasting bell to shatter Supreme Sky Wolf's supreme immortal physique. Boom! The instant the Sky Wolf Supreme's extreme Tao immortal physique exploded, it was as if a blood-colored divine sun had suddenly appeared in the Great Abyss killing formation. The terrifying sound of the Great Tao spread in all directions. The death of a Supreme Sky Wolf was a huge commotion. A rain of blood fell from the sky as heaven and earth mourned. Every drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood emitted a blinding blood-colored radiance. A single drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood could destroy the universe. Sky Wolf, that bastard, died just like that? Some extremely ancient figures appeared outside the abyss. Every single one of them seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Their Tao rhyme and aura seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. One had to admit that these existences were much stronger than ordinary Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals. Even if they weren't Supreme Sky Emperors, they could definitely be considered half-emperors. Supreme Sky Emperors were the true rulers of the various regions of the primordial world. They stood high above and looked down on the world. Supreme Sky Emperors used the primordial world as a chessboard to compete with the world. Those Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals were merely chess pieces in the eyes of Supreme Sky Wolf. Wasn't Supreme Sky Wolf also a chess piece? That guy died? Impossible. In the eye of the Supreme Killing Formation, Gu Fei's primordial spirit, who was refining the killing formation disk, looked up at the blinding blood-colored radiance in the sky with a calm expression. When he was in the primogenitor's realm, he fought everywhere, and countless extreme Tao Supremes died in his hands. He even killed the primogenitor's first demon. Even if the Sky Wolf Supreme had really died, he wouldn't be moved. What was there to make a fuss about if an extreme Tao Saint Immortal died? Moreover, Supreme Sky Wolf probably wouldn't die. Because if this guy was so easily killed, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Rumble. The entire killing formation suddenly shook. The blood mist that exploded quickly gathered together. In the next moment, the boundless blood-colored radiance disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. This person was Supreme Sky Wolf, who was just killed by Heaven Extremity's everlasting bell. I knew this guy wouldn't be killed so easily. Gu Fei's primordial spirit muttered to itself. At this moment, the power of the great Tao in his body began to erase a brand on the array disk. It was the brand of the Skywolf Paragon. However, The moment he came into contact with the seal, a blinding celestial light burst out from the seal. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. "You want to steal my great array? You can die now." The illusory figure smiled at Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned. The imprint left behind on the formation plate wasn't an ordinary mental imprint, but a soul imprint. It was a strand of the Skywolf's sovereign soul. Logically speaking, after cultivating to the extreme Tao Saint immortal realm, one's primordial spirit could be divided into millions of primordial spirits. However, it was overkill to brand a primordial spirit on a formation plate to control it. After all, once the soul imprint was destroyed, it was an extremely painful matter. It was as if a person's soul was being torn apart. After all, it was a Yuan spirit. Once a Yuan spirit was destroyed, the person would naturally suffer a great impact. Die. The celestial wolf sovereign soul directly attacked Gu Fei's soul. The celestial wolf sovereign soul made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the shrunken version of Supreme Sky Wolf directly attacked Gu Fei's Yuan spirit with the spear. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit smiled. In the next moment, a sword light shot out from his body and directly split the Yuan spirit of Supreme Sky Wolf in half. How is this possible? Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's soul spirit sent out such a spiritual sense fluctuation before it dissipated. In my eyes, nothing is impossible, Gu Fei's Yuan spirit said indifferently. The sword light flew back and circled around him. An eternal aura spread out from the sword light. Roar! The moment Gu Fei's Yuan spirit destroyed Supreme Sky Wolf's Yuan spirit, Supreme Sky Wolf, who had just reformed his extreme Tao immortal body, suddenly hugged his head and roared. Is this guy crazy? Heaven Extremity was in no hurry to make a move. He could sense that the power in Supreme Sky Wolf's body was very chaotic, as if he was about to lose control. This was not a good thing. However, he quickly calmed down and his expression became extremely sinister. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and fresh blood seeped out from it. Little guy, you actually... Supreme Sky Wolf was truly furious. Although his Yuan spirit could be divided into millions of Yuan spirit, the destruction of a Yuan spirit was equivalent to losing a life. Rumble. At this moment, the entire killing array suddenly shook violently. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, overlapping each other endlessly. The runes wove into one formation diagram after another. Everyone could see countless formation diagrams appearing at the edge of the abyss's depths. The diagrams enveloped Heaven Extremity, Supreme Sky Wolf, and the others. Each diagram exuded a shocking murderous intent. This is an absolute formation. It doesn't seem to have a way out. An ancient half-step great emperor exclaimed. There are still some gaps between the diagrams. That's a chance of survival. An old voice rang out. An old man with white hair and beard walked over from the distance. There were two Taoist children by his side. One of them was holding a box, while the other was holding a 9-section whip. The 9-section whip had countless twinkling stars on it. Its formation venerate by Qian. Someone exclaimed. Formation venerate by Qian? Some of the older generation Supreme Immortals were shocked. They didn't expect the disturbance in the abyss to alarm the number 1 formation venerate of the primal beginning realm. Bai Chun was the founding ancestor of the profound Heaven Array sect. If he claimed to be second in the primal beginning realm, no one would dare to claim to be first. He had also seen through the killing formation's weakness. However, there were too many diagrams. Even if there were gaps between the diagrams, they would be blocked by other diagrams, turning the path of survival into a dead end. The countless array diagrams that had appeared disappeared in an instant, directly hidden in the void, completely disappearing without a trace. Yes, this supreme killing formation has a new owner. Formation venerate by Qian said indifferently. A new owner? Chapter 4501. The abstruse Heaven Array sect wasn't one of the 10 great sects of the primal beginning realm, but its power wasn't inferior to the 10 great sects because its founding ancestor was still around. He was a supreme existence who'd become a supreme through formation Tao. Formation Venerate by Chun was the strongest expert in Formation Tao in the primal beginning realm and the first to become a supreme saint immortal through Formation Tao. He could form a formation with a thought and had refined a supreme immortal artifact called the Star-Studded Whip. To be more precise, it was the Star-Studded Whip. The star-chasing 9-segment whip had great power. It could drive the stars and chase the moon, and use the stars in the world to set up a formation. Bai Chun also had a supreme treasure called the Myriad Formation Diagram. With the star-studded whip and the Myriad Formation Diagram, who would dare underestimate Bai Chun and the entire abstruse Heaven Array sect? Moreover, the defensive formations of the major forces in the primal beginning realm were basically set up by formation masters from the abstruse Heaven Array sect. Even the 10 great sects and great figures of the imperishable celestial dynasties came to invite Bai Chun to set up a formation in their ancestral lands. The price of Bai Chun's help wasn't something anyone could afford. I didn't think someone could seize control of this killing formation from the hands of a traitor like Skywolf, said Formation Venerate Bai Chun in surprise. So Skywolf really did join the abstruse Heaven Array sect. Someone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Formation Venerate Bai Chun's words. Some people recalled the past. Supreme Skywolf was originally a Shaoqing wolf who happened to eat an exotic fruit and gained sentience. That was how he embarked on the path of cultivation. Skywolf, who hadn't yet become powerful, went around seeking masters and learning skills. He took things one step at a time and made up for his lack of talent with perseverance and hard work. Finally, in a short span of 1,000 years, the ordinary Shaoqing wolf became Supreme Skywolf. On the day he achieved Tao, he slammed the capital of the imperishable celestial dynasty that killed his parents into the ground with a single palm. Destroying a celestial dynasty with a single palm. This was Supreme Skywolf's strength and dominance. No wonder this little wolf cub can set up such a killing formation that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. An ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal said in realization. Only the supreme experts of the Shintian Array sect could set up such a supreme killing formation that could kill supreme saint immortals. Ordinary experts of Array Tao, even those at the quasi-supreme level, could not set up such a killing formation. In fact, not many people in the entire Shintian Array sect, or even the entire primordial realm, could set up such a supreme killing formation. At this moment, within the Big Abyss killing formation, the expression on the face of the Sky Wolf utmost being was absolutely fascinating. There had never been anyone who could break through his formation, especially a supreme killing formation like this. Even Array Venerable Bai Chun wouldn't be able to break this array so easily. Brother Chu succeeded? Panjiaming, the divine son of the 5 elements heavenly sect, was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the changes in the power of the array around him. In his eyes, Gu Fei was a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, Chu Xiaoyun. Rumble. The extreme killing formation was still in operation. However, at this moment, the power of the extreme killing formation was condensed, all of them rushing towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign, causing the entire void to tremble. Damn it! The Sky Wolf Sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had planned this for countless years, but in the end, it had all benefited this little fellow? Boom! The heavenly wolf supremacy opened up a part of the world and blocked all the terrifying destructive power that came crashing down. However, supremacy heavenly wolf's inner world was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and the stars hanging in the sky directly fell from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground. Every time a star fell from the sky to the ground, the entire earth would shake. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world suffered a great impact. Haha, how satisfying. In the core of the killing formation, Gu Fei's spirit laughed. In his right hand was an array disc surrounded by primordial qi. With a thought, the power of the 9 heaven stars that fell from the sky directly turned into battle spears that pierced towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign. Every battle spear that flew out of the core of the killing formation left a crack in the pitch-black void. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to withstand it at all. One after another, the battle spears pierced through Sky Wolf Supreme's inner world. One of the battle spears pierced through a mountain peak. In the next moment, the mountain directly exploded and turned into dust. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was going crazy. He was an extreme Tao Saint immortal, and his inner world was extremely stable. However, the power that was attacking his inner world was at the extreme Tao level. Any inner world, even a truly perfect great world, would suffer unimaginable damage when it was attacked by the extreme Tao level power. If an ordinary inner world was hit by a battle spear controlled by Gu Fei, it would immediately disintegrate. In just an instant, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was trapped by the extreme Tao killing formation that he had set up. This shocked and angered him. He could not understand how a puny ant could actually refine his array disk and control the entire killing formation. How the hell did you do it? The Sky Wolf Sovereign was very unwilling to accept this. He had schemed for thousands of years and originally wanted to trap and kill all his enemies in the Great Abyss. However, it seemed that he had only trapped and killed a few small fish. The real big fish had not taken the bait yet. Back then, he had only killed Ancestor Li Su, who was at most a half-step Great Emperor. However, there was more than one half-step Great Emperor who attacked him back then. You overestimated yourself and underestimated me. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit sat cross-legged in the center of the extreme Tao killing formation with the array disc in his hand. He was like a formation supremacy, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. You're just a puny divine transformation realm ant. Do I still have to overestimate you? However, the truth was right in front of him. He had really been tricked by this little guy. At this moment, the power of the Great Abyss arrived, and the Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world directly collapsed. A large area was turned into dust, and one mountain after another was instantly turned into dust. Roar! The Sky Wolf Sovereign was extremely embarrassed. He used all his strength to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to block the power of the Great Abyss, so that the entire inner world would not really collapse. How dare you ruin my plan? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was enraged. In the next moment, an array diagram flew out from his body. This array diagram instantly became incomparably huge. It flew out from his inner world and actually covered the entire extreme killing array in an instant. At this time, even Heaven Extremity, who was watching the show on the side, could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the Sky Wolf Sovereign could turn the tables? A battle of Formation Tao? Then let's see whose Formation Tao is stronger. Gu Fei's divine sense fluctuated from the center of the formation eye. At the same time, the entire extreme Tao killing formation shook. Countless array patterns emerged in the void again, filling every inch of the void. At the same time, Heaven Extremity and Panjamming were instantly moved out of the extreme Tao killing formation by Gu Fei. A battle of Formation Tao? Chapter 4502. It had been a long time since a battle between the Formation Tao had occurred in the primal beginning world. A battle between extreme Taos hadn't occurred in over 100,000 years. The last time there had been an extreme Tao-level Formation Tao duel was hundreds of thousands of years ago, outside the Shintian Array sect. At that time, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had succeeded in his cultivation, and before leaving the mysterious Heaven Formation sect, he had taken one of the mysterious Heaven Formation sect's treasures. As a result, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had completely offended the mysterious Heaven Formation sect. In the end, the Shintian Formation sect's founding ancestor, Formation Venerate by Qian, had also participated. Although it had been a short battle, it had been a soul-stirring battle that would go down in the cultivation history of the primal beginning world. Paragon Skywolf's betrayal of the Shintian Formation sect had shaken the entire primal beginning world's cultivation world. Even Formation Venerate by Chun hadn't been able to stop him. Countless years had passed, and the world had changed. However, Formation Venerate by Chun was still alive, and Paragon Skywolf hadn't died. However, Gu Fei's appearance was the greatest variable. At this moment, an array diagram flew out from the Skywolf Sovereign's body. The array diagram rapidly expanded, directly enveloping the entire extreme Tao killing array. That's the Shintian Tao sect's Formation Venerate by Chun was startled and infuriated. Grandmaster, is that the 10,000 formation diagram? A boy beside Venerate by Chun exclaimed in shock. Formation Venerate by Chan didn't say anything, but his expression was frighteningly dark. The 10,000 formation diagram was the Shintian formation sect's supreme treasure, but it had been lost for countless years. When Paragon Skywolf had betrayed the Shintian formation sect, he had taken the 10,000 formation diagram with him. Rumble. The 10,000 formation image pressed down from the sky, and the killing formation below was actually affected. The speed of its operation gradually slowed down, and the countless formation patterns gradually became dim and lifeless. Is this the Shintian formation sect's 10,000 formation diagram? Exclaimed an ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal. The myriad formation diagram was the mysterious heaven array sect's ultimate treasure. It was the most powerful and important treasure in Array, Venerate Reverence Chen's possession. Array Venerate by Chen had spent a total of 3,000 years to refine the myriad formation diagram. 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, he had only done one thing, and that was to refine the myriad formation diagram. The myriad array diagram was all-encompassing, and Array Venerable by Chen had used all of his insights into the array Tao on the myriad array diagram. The moment this formation diagram appeared, the world lost color and the sun and moon lost their light. Celestial lotuses descended from the sky above the mysterious heaven formation sect. Billions of rays of celestial light bloomed, lighting up the world. The 10,000 formation image could break through 10,000 formations, and it could also set up 10,000 formations. This treasure looks pretty good. Gu Fei's soul looked up at the formation that descended from the sky, and his eyes could not help but light up. In the next moment, the sword light around him stopped. It stopped in the space before him and gave off a faint glow. An aura of eternity spread out from the sword light. This was just a strand of sword chi from the 9 heavenly stars sword, not the real thing. However, even a strand of sword chi was enough to threaten powerful beings at the extreme Tao level. It must be known that this was the power of eternity. The power of eternity innately suppressed the power of the extreme Tao. If the sword chi of the 9 heavenly stars sword struck them, even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal would be injured. With this sword chi protecting me, I'd like to see who can threaten me. Gu Fei's soul smiled. He had no plans to undo the seal and restore his extreme Tao cultivation. Chu Xiaoyun's physical body, which he had possessed, was still sitting cross-legged in the void outside the formation eye. Panjiaming, on the other hand, was like an ant on a hot pan, restless and extremely anxious. Ha! A mere ant dares to challenge a giant dragon. Little fellow, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Sovereign Skywolf stepped on the myriad formation diagram, laughing as he descended from the sky. At this moment, his entire body had fused with the myriad formation diagram, as if he had attracted the power of the myriad Taos to his body. He was extremely powerful. This traitor, up in the sky, Array Venerate by Chan stared at the figure on the myriad array diagram as a shocking killing intent erupted from his body. The myriad array diagram was a supreme array Tao treasure that he had painstakingly refined for 3,000 years and an inexhaustible amount of blood and sweat. But now, this supreme treasure of the Tao of Arrays had fallen into the hands of the traitor, the Sky Wolf Sovereign. Array Supremacy by Chen almost went crazy as he watched the traitor flaunt his supreme Tao treasure. Grandmaster, this traitor Skywolf actually... One of the Tao children behind Array Supremacy by Chen spoke in a trembling voice. This traitor actually dared to step on their supreme Tao treasure. This was an insult to the supreme Tao treasure. Gather the disciples. I want this traitor dead. Array Supremacy by Chan roared angrily. Yes, Grandmaster. The 2 Tao children hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave. The Shintian Array sect was a little far from the southern region of the Grand Beginning Realm. This was because the Shintian Array sect was not located in the southern region, but in the eastern region. The Grand Beginning Realm was too big, and the distance between the eastern region and the southern region was too great. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would need some time to rush over at full speed. The power of the world in the ancestral realm was so powerful that even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal would be suppressed. Of course, if an extreme Tao Saint Immortal were to rush over at full speed, it wouldn't take long for them to get from the eastern region to the southern region. The problem was that there was only one extreme Tao array supremacy in the entire Xintian array sect. It was too difficult to become an extreme Tao supremacy through the formation Tao. Although Sovereign Skywolf also cultivated the formation Tao, he didn't become a supremacy through the formation Tao. At this time, even if someone from the Xintian array sect traveled at full speed, it would still take them 10 days to half a month to reach the great abyss of the southern region. However, if it was an extreme Tao Saint Immortal, the time would be greatly reduced. Soon, a huge teleportation array was set up in the sky by the two Tao children. Soon, the teleportation array platform was activated. Rumble, a huge beam of divine light, soared into the sky and disappeared into the heavens. At the same time, in a peerless treasure land in the eastern region, an ancient array platform suddenly lit up. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the platform. What's going on? Why is the teleportation array platform in the ancestral land activated? The ancestor is summoning us. An old man walked out. Greetings, eldest senior brother. 12 powerful figures appeared around the teleportation array platform. They were the 13 formation great grandmasters of the Xintian array sect. Those who could be called formation great grandmasters were absolute experts in the formation Tao. Array Venerable by Qian had a total of 13 personal disciples, and each of these 13 disciples could hold their own. Let's go. Since Master is summoning us, what are we waiting for? Chapter 4503. Although the mysterious Heaven Array sect wasn't one of the 10 great heavenly sects, their formations were the strongest in the entire Grand Beginning Realm. Although the eastern region of the primordial beginning realm was far from the southern region, it was much more convenient to travel between the two regions through a teleportation formation. In the Grand Beginning Realm, only the formation masters of the mysterious Heaven Array sect could set up formations at any time. Of course, not all formation masters in the world came from the mysterious Heaven Array sect. There were also people from other sects and great clans who cultivated this incomparably complex formation Tao. Formation masters could form formations with a single thought. This was the goal of countless cultivators who cultivated the formation Tao. Rumble, formation venerate by Qin's two little Taoists, retreated to the side after setting up the transportation formation. Even if two transportation formations were separated by an endless void, as long as one was activated, the other would react and follow suit. Just as the little Taoist from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was setting up the formation, Gu Fei encountered a great crisis. The Sky Wolf Supreme stepped on the myriad formation diagram and descended from the sky. The myriad formation diagram immediately enveloped the entire killing array. The operation of the killing array was immediately disrupted. Oh, Gu Fei activated the killing formation with all his might, but the entire killing formation seemed to have sunk into a swamp. Its operation speed slowed down, and its power was naturally greatly reduced. Sensing the mighty aura of the myriad formation image, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The myriad formation image really lived up to its reputation. Smelting 10,000 formations, breaking 10,000 laws with one image, Gu Fei couldn't help muttering to himself as he looked up at the image in the sky. In truth, when Formation Venerate by Qian had refined the myriad formation image, he had really been aiming to break 10,000 formations with one image. Moreover, not many people had thought that he would succeed. However, just when everyone thought that Array Venerate by Qian would fail, he actually succeeded. One image to break 10,000 laws. The super antiques watching from afar were all moved. No one had expected that the treasure supremacy Skywolf had stolen from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was the myriad formation image. The myriad formation image was Formation Venerate by Qin's lifeblood. Serious, looking at the awe-inspiring heavenly wolf sovereign standing on the 1,000 formation diagram, Array Venerable by Qin's anger soared to the heavens. If not for the fact that he was desperately trying to restrain himself, he would have long charged forward to kill him. At this moment, One powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in the world. A total of 13 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. Although the powerhouses that appeared weren't extreme Dao Saint immortals, they were still half a step into the extreme Dao realm. The mysterious heaven's 13 children have all arrived? Someone exclaimed. The mysterious heaven 13 disciples were the 13 disciples of the mysterious heaven array sex array, venerate reverence Chan. The 13 mysterious heaven children were existences that surpassed array Dao grandmasters and were known as array Dao great grandmasters. Their array Dao cultivation was extremely powerful. The mysterious heaven 13 scions had all gathered in one place. This was something that rarely happened in the past 10,000 years. It had to be known that every single one of the mysterious heaven's 13 scions had extraordinary statuses. They could stand on equal footing with the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect. Greetings, Master. Under the lead of their eldest senior brother, the mysterious heaven 13 scions arrived in front of Array, Venerable by Chan, and bowed respectfully. At this moment, the mysterious heaven 13 scions finally understood why Sirius had summoned them from hundreds of millions of miles away. Sirius Sovereign, the traitor, was actually still alive. The mysterious heaven 13 scions were both shocked and enraged. Sirius, the eldest senior brother, Chu Ao, was especially enraged. Back then, Sirius Sovereign had cheated him out of the 1000 formation image. The 1000 formation image was the mysterious heaven Array sect's ultimate treasure. Other than Array Venerable by Chan himself, only his eldest disciple, Chu Ao, could have come into contact with the 1000 formation image. I'll kill this guy. Chu Ao was about to attack. Don't be impatient. At this moment, Array Venerable by Chan spoke. Master. Chu Ao looked at Array Venerable by Chan. He didn't understand why his master wouldn't allow him to attack. Wait. Array Venerable by Chan stared at the figure on the 1000 formation image and gritted his teeth. Yes. The mysterious heaven 13 scions acknowledged the order in unison. At this moment, Chu Ao also realized that his master was waiting for Sirius Sovereign and that person to mutually injure each other before making a move. His master was indeed his master. He could actually remain so calm at this moment. The mysterious heaven 13 scions couldn't help but admire his master. If Array Venerable by Chan knew what his disciples were thinking, he would probably roar, "Calm my ass." He wanted nothing more than to tear Sirius Sovereign into a million pieces. However, the 1000 formation image was in that guy's hands. No one knew the power of the 1000 formation image better than Array Venerable by Chan. Even Array Venerable by Chan himself wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Sirius Sovereign with the 1000 formation image. Although the myriad formation image was powerful, it consumed Yuan Qi to use it. That was why Array Venerable by Chan was waiting. Little guy, die. Sirius Sovereign was truly enraged. His plan, which had been set up for thousands of years, was ruined by a mere ant. This almost drove him crazy. You want to kill me? You don't have the right. Gu Fei's primordial spirit waved, and his body flew into the eye of the formation. Then, his primordial spirit fused with his body. Although this body was only at the soul formation realm, it was a native of the primal beginning realm. If Gu Fei wanted to comprehend the great Tao of this world, he really needed this kind of body. However, this Chu Xiaoyan's body was just too weak. But that didn't matter. Gu Fei wanted to use this opportunity to refine this body again. Rumble. He directly used the power of the 9 heaven stars. When the power of the 9 heaven stars entered his body directly collapsed into a mist of blood. The mist of blood did not disperse. It was bathed in the light of the 9 heaven stars. All the impurities were refined by the power of the stars. Every drop of blood became crystal clear and emitted a powerful aura of life. Even at this time, he's still using the power of the 9 heaven stars to refine his body? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy was too careless. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about cultivating. Little guy, how dare you look down on me like this? Sirius Sovereign's voice trembled. He was still cultivating when he was fighting with him. He did not take him seriously at all. He was so angry that he used all his strength to activate the 1000 formation image under his feet. The thousand formation image was sinking. The power of the killing formation below was constantly being worn away. Countless formation runes directly dissipated in the void. The entire formation was actually collapsing. However, the killing formation had used the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power from the depths of the abyss. The formation plate in the eye of the formation was constantly converting these two powers. Chapter 4504. The formation plate was the core of a killing formation and the foundation of its existence. It didn't matter if the formation runes were destroyed. Even if all of them were destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as the formation plate was still there, the killing formation would still exist and wouldn't be truly destroyed. A formation grandmaster could form a formation with a single thought, and those who had a formation plate could instantly form a formation even if they weren't a formation grandmaster. Formation plates were very important, but right now, Gu Fei was facing the Sky Wolf Supremacy, who possessed the Myriad Formation Diagram. The Myriad Formation Diagram was much more powerful than any array disk. One after another, killing formations emerged from the Myriad Formation image, each of them exuding a shocking murderous aura that wasn't any weaker than the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Countless killing formations emerged and crushed down on the Great Abyss Killing Formation below. Rumble. Countless formation runes were dissipating and countless formation diagrams were collapsing. In just a few breaths' time, 1/3 of the formation runes of the Great Abyss Killing Formation had been destroyed, and the entire killing formation was almost at a standstill. Today, I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Supreme Skywolf stepped on the Myriad Formation image and descended from the sky, heading straight for the core of the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Rays of murderous light shot out from the Myriad Formation image and pierced through the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Spring wind and rain. Myriad Tao restoration. Gu Fei's divine will rippled out from the blood mist in the formation's core. The murderous light that pierced through the formation's core dissipated in the void and turned into the most primitive spirit chi of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What kind of divine ability was this person using? The eyes of the old antiques watching the battle lit up. They sensed the aura of the immortal Tao, the purest aura of the immortal Tao. This guy was a supreme existence of the immortal Tao. How could he be a divine transformation stage ant? Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. A supreme Tao ancestor once walked out of the soaring dragon ancestral star in the human world and created the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme secret arts of the immortal Tao, and each of them contained the supreme Tao aura of the immortal Tao. As the saying went, an expert would know the depth of a person's skill the moment he made a move. Since Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, those super old-timers were naturally able to see through him at a glance. The power of returning essence instantly enveloped the entire array eye. No matter what kind of array force it was, as long as it was close to the array eye, it would be instantly refined and absorbed by Gu Fei. What? The heavenly wolf sovereign narrowed his eyes as he stared at the array core below. This little ant actually had such an ability? I don't believe I can't kill you. The heavenly wolf supremacy bellowed. Kill. Heavenly wolf supremacy roared, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood on the Myriad Formation Diagram. Buzz. The Myriad Formation Diagram let out a deafening hum, and in the next moment, the entire Myriad Formation Diagram lit up. Endless array lines intertwined, and shadows emerged from the Myriad Formation Diagram. They were unimaginably powerful figures. They were not real existences of flesh and blood. Instead, they were condensed from the power of a formation. The big shots who were watching the battle from afar were somewhat moved. The Myriad Formation Diagram actually had such a wonderful use. Using the power of arrays to condense immortal war souls, existences that were indestructible and undefeatable. Unless the Myriad Formation Diagram was destroyed, such existences would never dissipate. Controlling the 10,000 formation image was like controlling an indestructible army. This guy actually, array supremacy by Qin's eyes widened at the sight. This heavenly wolf sovereign was simply a monster. He had even comprehended a supernatural power like the myriad formation diagram. Of course, the myriad formation diagram wasn't just a supernatural power. Array supremacy by Chun was a supreme array supremacy who had refined the myriad formation diagram. Master, this time, we definitely can't let this traitor Heavenly Wolf live any longer. The eldest of the Black Heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, said to Array Supremacy by Chan. He didn't hide his murderous intent towards Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. All right, you guys go and prepare. Array Supremacy by Chan nodded. Yes, Master. The Black Heaven 13 sons acknowledged the order and dispersed. Eldest senior brother, Master didn't say what array to set up. This. Someone transmitted a message to Chu Ao. Set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's Immortal Extermination Array. Chu Ao said through gritted teeth. This. The other disciples were shocked to hear this. Was there a need to be so ruthless? The 9th Heaven 10 Earth's Immortal Extermination Array was the #1 killing array of the Black Heaven Array sect. Other than the Black Heaven 13 sons, only Array Supremacy by Chun could set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's Immortal Extermination Array by himself in the entire Black Heaven Array sect. In Chu Ao's view, using the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's Immortal Extermination Array to kill Heavenly Wolf Sovereign wasn't ruthless at all. Back when Heavenly Wolf Sovereign tricked Chu Ao out of the 10,000 Ray diagram, Chu Ao was almost beaten to death by Array Supremacy by Chan. In the end, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his misdeeds for 3,000 years. That was 3,000 years, not just a month or a year, or even 10 years. 3,000 years. This eldest senior brother of the Black Heaven Array sect had to face the wall for so long that his heart was twisted. And all of this was thanks to Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. Now that his enemies had met, Chu Ao's eyes were no longer red. His eyes were about to drip blood. Soon, a shocking murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The figures of the Black Heaven 13 sons appeared around the abyss, measuring the mountains and rivers, changing the momentum of the heavens. A powerful array master could change the momentum of heaven and earth, fusing a killing array with heaven and earth. In this way, the power of heaven and earth would be for their own use, and the power of the killing array would be endless. Yes, those guys from the Black Heaven Array sect do have some skill. The Extreme Tao old-timers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Array Tao was also one of the 10,000 Taos in the universe. It wasn't impossible to become a supreme through the Array Tao. When the 10,000 Taos in the universe were cultivated to the extreme, they could also achieve the ultimate leap and become a supreme Tao fruit. Array Supremacy by Chan allowed his disciples to do as they pleased. He just stared at the figure standing on the 10,000 array diagram in front of him. At this time, the killing array controlled by Gu Fei had already fallen apart in the abyss. Countless formation runes had been obliterated by the mighty power of the 10,000 array diagram. The 10,000 array diagram was the nemesis of all arrays. Powerful figures stood up one after another from the 10,000 array diagram. There were 365 of them in total, and each of them exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if 365 terrifying killing gods from hell had walked out of the 10,000 array diagram. The entire void shook under the impact of the terrifying power that erupted from the 365 figures. Countless hair-thin spatial cracks appeared in the void. Little ant, you can die now. Kill him. Heavenly Wolf Sovereign waved his arm, and the 365 powerful figures charged at Gu Fei in the eye of the killing array below. The 365 figures pounced forward at the same time, stirring heaven and earth. This guy is finished. The show is about to come to an end. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, because the one attacking Gu Fei was Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, the one who controlled the 10,000 array diagram. Chapter 4505. In the primal beginning realm, at the edge of the abyss of the southern domain, killing intent soared to the sky. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out, shaking the entire void. A huge formation diagram descended from the sky, crushing down on a killing formation below. There was a person standing on top of the formation diagram. A huge wolf shadow emerged from the figure, howling ferociously. Sirius has finally used his trump card, someone said. On the battlefield, Supremacy Sirius finally used his trump card. 365 powerful figures walked out of the myriad formation diagram and pounced on Gu Fei. Buzz. The void trembled. The eye of the killing formation was still there, and a strange burst of immortal Tao power erupted from it. The power around the eye was transformed into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world and absorbed. What kind of divine power is this? The old-timers who were watching the battle off to the side were all shocked. A tiny ant could actually fight a Paragon Formation Grandmaster who was on the level of a Paragon in the Extreme Tao. In everyone's eyes, this was simply a miracle. But now, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, because Supremacy Sirius was furious. However, the moment the 365 terrifying figures that rushed out of the 10,000 formation image pounced on the eye of the killing formation below, they suddenly disappeared. The eyes of those old geezers almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. How is this possible? The disciples of the Shintian Array sect were even more dumbfounded. The killing move of the myriad formation diagram was definitely a power that could kill a supremacy. But in Gu Fei's eyes, these figures were simply great tonics. Haha, it's a waste not to take something that's been delivered to me. Gu Fei laughed and operated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao with all his might. What's going on? Even Supremacy Sirius found it hard to believe. Rumble, a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring the heavens, emerged from the eye of the formation below. This force was actually crazily devouring the essence of the world from all directions. Whether it was the power of the stars above the 9 heavens, the power of the abyss below the 9 underworlds, or even the power of the 10,000 formation diagram, it devoured everything. The 365 figures that were charging towards Gu Fei were directly swallowed into the array core. In the next moment, countless formation inscriptions rushed out from the eye of the formation and instantly enveloped the surroundings. A shocking killing formation once again appeared between heaven and earth. Moreover, this killing formation was actually much larger than the 10,000 formation image, and it actually enveloped the entire 10,000 formation image. Haha, so that's how it is. Looks like I was thinking too much. A loud laugh rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force erupted from the eye of the formation. All the Taos of the heavens are *T. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. I am the strongest Tao. Gu Fei was extremely calm. He immediately removed the seal and recovered his extreme Tao cultivation base. It looked like everything he had done before had been a waste of effort. He had gone down the wrong path. Why would he need to comprehend and cultivate the Tao of the primordial beginning realm? There was only one Tao, and one could suppress all Taos. It didn't matter what kind of heaven and earth, or what kind of Tao it was. It would crush them all. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. Gu Fei roared into the sky. His voice instantly spread throughout the entire southern region of the primordial beginning realm. Billions of living beings trembled. At this moment, countless supreme beings in the primordial beginning realm suddenly turned their heads towards the abyss of the southern region. The great Tao of the primordial beginning realm was wailing. The world was trembling, and a rain of blood actually fell from the sky. Is this the birth of a peerless demon? There's no devil chi. I am the Tao. How arrogant. The supreme beings who were watching the battle outside the abyss were all extremely shocked. The sudden burst of extreme Tao power from the abyss actually made them feel a trace of fear. This power was truly terrifying to be able to make a sacred immortal of the extreme Tao feel fear. How is this possible? At this moment, Supreme Skywolf, who was originally standing on the 10,000 formation image, almost fell from the image. What entered his eyes were countless formation inscriptions. Formation with a single thought. Supreme Skywolf's forehead was beaded with sweat. I won't lose. I have the 10,000 formation image. Who in the world can compete with me? Kill, kill, kill. Supreme Skywolf roared madly, desperately activating the 10,000 formation image. One figure after another walked out of it. There were still 336 of them. As long as the 10,000 formation image was not destroyed, such existences would not be truly destroyed. Forge the 10,000 furnace formation. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, the countless formation patterns in the world disappeared, and a worldly furnace appeared in the world, directly enveloping Sky Wolf, Sovereign, and the 10,000 formation image. What? The heavenly wolf supremacy's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the worldly furnace that Gu Fei had conjured madly extracted the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, directly refining the void within the furnace into nothingness. When did such a ruthless person appear in the primordial beginning realm? The ancient supreme beings watching the battle were all moved. Even Formation Venerate by Chun lost his composure and gaped. Someone is actually trying to break the 10,000 formation image like this? Formation Venerate by Chun had never imagined that Gu Fei would use such a method to break the formation. Even if he couldn't, he could still trap the image in the worldly furnace. Moreover, the worldly furnace was extraordinary. It was connected to the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, and it was madly devouring the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The entire abyss was shaking. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the depths of the abyss. In the next moment, a black hand reached out of the abyss and grabbed at the worldly furnace. There's a living being in the abyss? So we've finally alarmed that existence? Supreme immortals who had lived for countless years muttered to themselves. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the black hand reaching out of the abyss. The black hand didn't move very quickly, but it grabbed the entire worldly furnace in an instant. Rumble! The worldly furnace shook violently and began to move slowly, about to be snatched away by the black hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Even extreme-grade existences were terrified at this moment. This black hand was too powerful. It even wanted to take away the heaven and earth furnace. It should be known that even an extreme-grade Saint Immortal might not be able to shake this heaven and earth furnace, let alone take it away with a single grab. Oomph! A sneer came from the worldly furnace. In the next moment, a beam of light suddenly rushed out of the furnace without warning and slashed at the black hand. The black hand seemed to be frightened and shrank back, disappearing into the abyss. Chapter 4506. The abyss in the southern region of the primal beginning realm was a terrifying land of death. The outer region of the abyss was nothing much. Even if it was dangerous, it wasn't a land of certain death. People often ventured into the outer region of the abyss because there were rare divine herbs there. Due to the lack of people, the divine herbs in the abyss were all very old. Some people even accidentally found a divine herb king in the outer region of the abyss. That was the king of divine herbs, over 100,000 years old. Just one stalk of such a great herb could revive a person. For cultivators, it could increase their cultivation and even help them break through bottlenecks. This was also the reason why people risked their lives to enter the abyss all year round. There were plenty of divine herbs and items left behind by cultivators who died in the abyss. It should be pointed out that countless experts had fallen in the abyss throughout the ages. Even the outer region of the abyss was filled with terrifying dangers. Even a sage or a quasi-sovereign might die if they were struck. However, no one was willing to set foot in the depths of the abyss because it was a land of certain death. There was once a supreme immortal who entered, and then there was no more. That was a supreme immortal, a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the primal beginning realm. The depths of the abyss was an absolute forbidden zone. No one knew what was in there, but even a supreme immortal had fallen in there. To be precise, he had died in there. At this moment, a pair of huge blood-colored eyes appeared in the depths of the abyss. The scene dumbfounded countless experts. What's going on? Is there really a living being in the depths of the abyss? Even the supreme immortals were shocked. They were supreme immortals and knew that some places in the world were filled with great dangers. Even sovereigns didn't dare to set foot in there. Only today did everyone know that there was a living being in the depths of the abyss. The pair of blood-colored eyes were the eyes of the unknown living being. Himph! A living being in a land of certain death? Gu Fei looked at the pair of blood-colored eyes that were larger than mountains, but he wasn't as shocked or terrified as the others. It wasn't like he hadn't killed a living being in a land of certain death like this before. He had destroyed many dangerous places in the heavenly realm and human realm. What's this? At this moment, even the heavenly wolf sovereign felt his heart palpitating. That pair of blood-red pupils seemed to be able to absorb the souls of all living beings. Even someone as strong as the heavenly wolf sovereign felt as though his soul was about to leave his body when he looked at those blood-red pupils. Not coming out? Could it be that he can't come out? Gu Fei looked at the pair of blood-red pupils and touched his chin. At this time, he had completely sealed Supreme Skywolf and the myriad formation diagram with the killing array he controlled. The heaven and earth furnace formed by the killing array stood between heaven and earth. An endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically gathered toward the heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace's power soared. Rumble. The heaven and earth furnace was rumbling. Within the endless heavenly fire, countless patterns of the Tao were faintly discernible and interweaving. Even immortal godly metal could be refined. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was both shocked and enraged. The power of the myriad array rushed out of the myriad array diagram and blocked the mighty heavenly fire. Gu Fei couldn't do anything to Supreme Heavenly Wolf for the time being. At this time, the disciples of the mysterious heaven array, sect who were roaming in the abyss, rushed out. Master, the eldest of the mysterious heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, had returned with a group of junior brothers to report. All right, Array Master Bai Chen nodded, and then reached out to take an array disc from Chu Ao. This was the array disc of the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal slaying formation. This killing array had also enveloped Gu Fei. Once it was activated, neither Supreme Heavenly Wolf nor Gu Fei would be able to escape. Come out and fight if you have the guts. If not, then scram. Gu Fei said to the pair of blood-red pupils in the sky above the abyss. This guy. The group of experts was shocked to hear what Gu Fei said. That was a mysterious and unfathomable life form. He actually dared to disrespect such a life form. Boom. The pair of blood-red pupils suddenly trembled. Although it was only a slight tremble, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. The mysterious life form seemed to be angry. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was going to be in trouble, the pair of blood-red pupils suddenly disappeared without any warning. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly and didn't say anything else. He used all his strength to refine Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image into ashes. You can't kill me if you're only at this level. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered as he stood on the myriad formation image. Rays of divine light rushed out from the myriad formation image and enveloped him, blocking the terrifying heavenly fire. Is that so? Gu Fei also smiled. He had used the heaven and earth furnace to seal the myriad formation image. Although the myriad formation image was powerful, it still needed energy to operate. Now that Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image were sealed by the heaven and earth furnace, they couldn't absorb any external energy. In other words, it was only a matter of time before Gu Fei refined the Skywolf Sovereign and the myriad formation diagram. It seems we don't need to do anything. Up in the sky, Venerated Bai Chun couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He wouldn't be happy if Supreme Heavenly Wolf died at someone else's hands. However, it was better not to take the risk than to risk his life. Master, won't that traitor get away with it this way? Chu Ao asked. Yes. Venerated Bai Chun didn't respond. I didn't think there would be someone who could compete with Supreme Heavenly Wolf. The old fogies watching from afar were shocked. Supreme Heavenly Wolf had made a name for himself in the primeval realm countless years ago. He was a genius, a cultivation genius who almost had the chance to touch upon the realm beyond the extreme Tao. Although he hadn't reached that realm in the end, his cultivation was so strong that it was a headache for those who tried to kill him. However, Gu Fei was also a genius. How boring. How about a fight? Gu Fei said to Supreme Heavenly Wolf, who was still trapped in the heaven and earth furnace. If you want to fight, then come in. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered. All right. After saying that, Gu Fei charged forward and entered the heaven and earth furnace. This guy's crazy. Everyone was startled to see this. Boom. Bam. A great battle erupted. Gu Fei's power was at its peak, punching after punching at the figure in the myriad formation image. Violent fist energy shook the heavens. Haha, you really dare come in? Chapter 4507. Gu Fei's bravery was invincible as he charged straight into the million formation diagram. He directly punched out at Supremacy Skywolf. This punch directly shook the myriad formation diagram and sent the Skywolf Supremacy flying. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Supreme Skywolf looked at his right arm. His sleeve was shattered, and there were countless cracks on his arm. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had cracked and could shatter at any time. That guy can actually suppress Tianlang. Could it be that this guy is a great emperor? An old antique exclaimed. Supreme great emperors were many times stronger than ordinary supreme sacred immortals. In the primordial realm, supreme great emperors were the truly invincible existences. Supreme great emperors were like supreme supremacies in the ancestral realm. They could become eternal supreme existences with just one more step. However, there had never been an eternal realm supreme expert in the primordial realm, but there were harmony palace existences in the ancestral realm. Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the eternal realm, surpassing the extreme Tao. He was once an eternal realm expert. Although his cultivation had only recovered to the extreme Tao realm, it was still incomparable to Supreme Skywolf. You're courting death. Supreme Skywolf was thoroughly infuriated. This guy was so arrogant to break into the myriad formation diagram to fight with him and even send him flying. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to my prestige if I don't tear this guy to pieces? Supreme Skywolf was furious. Rumble. The myriad formation diagram shook and countless formation runes rushed out, turning into countless swords and sabers that slashed at Gu Fei. Too weak. Gu Fei waved his hands and deflected the countless sabers and swords that were slashing at him. What did you say? Supreme Skywolf's eyes turned red. I was an overlord in the past, a genius who had the chance to surpass the extreme Tao. Although I'm not as powerful as before, I can still kill a large number of ordinary supreme sacred immortals with a single slap. Previously, even a supreme immortal ancestor had died in his hands. Is this guy stronger than supreme immortal ancestors? Supremacy Heavenly Wolf did not believe it. Extreme Tao immortal ancestor was an ancestor realm existence. Only a half-step great emperor was stronger than them, but they were much stronger than ordinary extreme Tao sacred immortals. Back when he was at his peak, he was an extreme saint immortal of the renting realm. Kill. Celestial Wolf Supremacy roared. In the next moment, one terrifying figure after another walked out of the myriad formation diagram. A total of 365 figures surrounded Gu Fei in an instant, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. After all, they were existences comparable to supreme saint immortals. 365 extreme Tao sacred immortals attacking together was enough to sweep through the entire primordial world. Even the extreme Tao immortal ancestor would be stunned. Come on, use whatever means you have. Gu Fei's body shook, and an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out from his body, blocking the 365 figures. What a guy! Even a half-step great emperor can't compare to him. The old fogies watching from afar were stunned by Gu Fei's strength. A half-step great emperor was an invincible existence in the primordial world. Is this guy really a half-step great emperor? Some people guessed that only a half-step great emperor would dare to ignore the myriad formation diagram and force the Sky Wolf sovereign to retreat with such battle prowess and cultivation. A half-step great emperor? Celestial Wolf Supremacy gritted his teeth. With the myriad formation diagram in hand, so what if he's a half-step great emperor? It's not like I haven't fought with him in the past. Although a half-step great emperor is strong, he can't do anything to me with the diagram. At this time, the 365 figures once again pounced on Gu Fei. I have a sword that can slay immortals. Gu Fei grabbed the void with his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, He slashed with the sword, and the dazzling swordlight instantly split the void. The swordlight was like a ring, and it spread in all directions. In an instant, it cut the 365 figures in half, and they dissipated in the void. What? Celestial Wolf Supremacy's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Just one sword, and he broke the divine ability of the myriad formation diagram? The divine ability of the myriad formation diagram was Celestial Wolf Supremacy's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. But now, even his trump card was easily broken by his opponent. Good, very good. In that case, let's go all out. Celestial Wolf Supremacy no longer hesitated. In the next moment, his body shook and instantly collapsed. His divine soul directly rushed into the myriad formation diagram. What the hell is this? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Destroying his own body? Is this guy trying to commit suicide? Hey, I say, why do you want to commit suicide? Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll kill you? You don't have to commit suicide. Gu Fei said. You bastard. Celestial Wolf Supremacy was completely going crazy. Go to hell. Celestial Wolf Supremacy directly merged with the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the power of the entire myriad formation diagram was activated. At the same time, Gu Fei only felt that the surrounding void suddenly distorted, and then he entered an unfamiliar void. Formation world? Gu Fei wasn't very nervous. This myriad formation diagram was really powerful. It could actually split the sky and earth, and it had its own world, just like his 9 heaven stars sword. But he was sucked into the world of the myriad formation diagram. Haha, you're dead this time. Celestial Wolf Supremacy's voice resounded in this part of the world. You're the one who's dead. Gu Fei shrugged and said disapprovingly. You're still talking nonsense at this time. I have to admire you. Celestial Wolf Supremacy sneered. That's the truth. Gu Fei said. Go to hell. Celestial Wolf Supremacy couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this fella. In the next moment, endless destructive power swept towards Gu Fei at the same time. This was the suppression of this part of the world. Even a supreme Tao Saint Immortal wouldn't be able to withstand this power. This was the power of the entire world. The myriad formation diagram was a supreme Tao artifact. The world of the myriad formation diagram could definitely kill supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Even supreme Tao Immortal ancestors wouldn't be able to escape if they were trapped in the world of the myriad formation diagram. Hee, you want to compete with me in the world? Gu Fei laughed. Then, a wave of heaven and earth energy erupted from Gu Fei's body. Rumble. It was as if two worlds had collided fiercely. The entire 10,000 formation diagram was shaking, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. What? Chapter 4508. Gu Fei's inner world had been refined when he was still in the eternal realm. It was more perfect, and the laws of heaven and earth were more powerful. Although his inner world was not as powerful as the primordial world or the ancestral realm, it was definitely more powerful than the myriad formation diagram. The inner world refined by an eternal realm expert was definitely more powerful than the inner world created by an extreme Tao expert. As soon as the aura of Gu Fei's inner world burst out from his body, the myriad formation diagram's inner world immediately became unstable. Rumble. The myriad formation diagram's inner world trembled in fear. This was a suppression in terms of realm, an absolute suppression. It seemed that this part of the inner world would collapse at any time. Once this part of the inner world collapsed, the consequences would be absolutely serious. The myriad formation diagram would not be destroyed, but it would be half crippled. How is this possible? The heavenly wolf sovereign roared. The aura exuded from Gu Fei made his soul tremble. Even though he had fused with the myriad formation diagram, he still felt that his spirit was about to collapse. At this moment, the heavenly wolf utmost being was overwhelmed with fear. This was a feeling as though his soul was about to crumble apart. This was something that he had never experienced before. Even when he was in front of the lofty great emperor in the past, he was fearless and dared to challenge him. But now, he could not muster any thoughts of resisting. Come out. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a shout, the entire myriad formation diagram shook violently, and a figure fell out of the void. This figure was the nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was shocked, angry, and terrified. However, he was an extreme Tao Saint immortal after all. Although he was terrified, he still remained calm. You, the nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, stared at Gu Fei with a fierce glint in its eyes. What? In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in front of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. Then, the nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was kicked away by Gu Fei. The Sky Wolf Supremacy was so infuriated that he nearly puked out blood. However, he did not dare to retaliate, because the moment he did, the other party would definitely kill him without any hesitation. He knew that he was finished, and it was even worse than the battle he had fought countless years ago. Back then, he had lost the battle and was even forced to feign death by the masterminds behind the scenes. Of course, his original body was completely dead, without any signs of life. However, his soul had become extremely powerful during this long period of time. He sealed himself in a coffin forged from Chaos Grand Mist Divine Iron, waiting for the moment he could return to the world. He even spread the news that he had obtained the legendary Fortune Divine Fruit and wanted to lure his old enemy to the Great Abyss to kill him. One had to admit that the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was really patient. He had schemed for thousands of years, even faking his death, all for the sake of drawing out his old enemy and getting his revenge. However, no one could have imagined that the Sky Wolf Sovereign's plan that had been laid down for thousands of years would actually cause a change that even the Sky Wolf Sovereign couldn't control because of Gu Fei's interference. If that happened, the Sky Wolf Sovereign, who was on the verge of success, would meet a tragic end. There was no more suspense after that. Gu Fei grabbed the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul and directly read the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul's memories, learning everything from beginning to end. An ordinary Shaoqing wolf has actually cultivated to the extreme Tao Sovereign realm? Gu Fei couldn't help being moved after learning everything about the Sky Wolf Sovereign. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's growth was somewhat similar to his own. In the past, wasn't he also viewed as a waste by others? Initially, killing the Sky Wolf Sovereign was as easy as flipping his palm, but after reading the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul's memories, he changed his mind. An emperor is making a move? Gu Fei released the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul. In the Sky Wolf Sovereign's memories, he saw a giant hand descending from the sky, slapping an azure wolf bigger than a primordial divine mountain from the sky. That strike caused stars to fall and mountains to crumble. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. That was the Emperor, the supreme Extreme Tao Emperor in the primordial world. Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal was just the name given to living beings who had just broken through to the Supremacy realm. Above the Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal were the Extreme Tao Immortal Ancestor, Extreme Tao Half-Emperor, and Extreme Tao Emperor. It's just a Supremacy realm existence, Gu Fei said indifferently. He pondered for a moment. Given his current cultivation, it would still be a little difficult for him to deal with those so-called great emperors in this world. Leaving the Sky Wolf Sovereign realm alive would probably make some of the great emperors in this world uneasy. Now, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Gu Fei looked at the Shaoqing wolf beneath his feet, which had already revealed its true form. A chance to take revenge? The Shaoqing wolf was already in despair, but its eyes lit up when it heard Gu Fei's words. Didn't I set this up all these years to take revenge? What chance? A wave of divine sense came from the little green wolf's body. Recognize me as your master. Gu Fei looked at the Shaoqing wolf beneath his feet indifferently. Recognize you as my master? Hearing this, a hint of struggle flashed across the little wolf's eyes. Master. The Shaoqing wolf gritted its teeth and lay down at Gu Fei's feet. Very well. Recognize me as your master and let me decide your life and death. I'll ask you again, do you regret it? Gu Fei's voice was still indifferent. I don't regret it. The Shaoqing wolf's tone was firm. This was not only a chance for it to take revenge, but it was also a chance for it to survive. As long as it didn't want to die, it could only recognize Gu Fei as its master. Of course, it also had a second option, which was death. However, if the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy were to die, Everything he had would be gone with the wind. Revenge and whatnot would naturally vanish into thin air. His enemies wouldn't have to worry about him killing them day and night. All right. Saying so, Gu Fei directly sent a series of seals into the Sky Wolf Sovereign's body. The Sky Wolf Sovereign shuddered. He instinctively felt that someone had done something to his soul, but he couldn't sense the existence of anything. It could only be said that the other party's forbidden technique was very profound. Hand over the fortune divine fruits. Gu Fei said. Yes, master. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy hastily opened his inner world, and a jade box immediately flew out of his inner world and fell into his hand. He respectfully raised the jade box over his head and handed it to Gu Fei. And Gu Fei picked up the jade box and saw that it was made entirely of 9 heavens divine jade, and its surface was engraved with mountain birds, insects, and fish. This was only the surface. The inside of the jade box was faintly discernible Dao patterns, using these Dao patterns to suppress the things inside the box. Gu Fei carefully opened the jade box by a sliver, and an unimaginably vast life force immediately surged out from the box. Moreover, this life essence was extremely pure, and a sliver of it was enough to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. Even if a mortal breathed in this vitality, they could live for several hundred years without illness or pain for the rest of their lives. This is the fortune divine fruit? Chapter 4509. The fortune divine fruit was definitely the most mysterious immortal divine herb in the world. No one had ever seen it before. It was only mentioned in the most ancient legends. The conditions for the formation of this immortal divine herb were too difficult. The fortune divine fruit seized the fortune of heaven and earth and took root in the chaos divine soil before heaven and earth were formed to absorb the power of creation. The chaos divine soil was not something that could be found anywhere. It was extremely rare. In the primogenitor's world, Gu Fei had only heard about this kind of immortal divine herb. He had never seen one before. Now, he actually obtained a fortune divine fruit. The fortune divine fruit was equivalent to a miniature heaven and earth. The divine fruit absorbed the power of opening the heavens and could reflect all the laws of this world. In other words, whoever obtained this divine fruit and ate it without exploding from the energy contained within the divine fruit would be able to defy the heavens and change their fate, becoming a creation divine body that would be immune to calamities and tribulations. When others cultivated to a certain level, they would face heavenly tribulations. However, those who possessed the fortune divine body would not have to face heavenly tribulations. The fortune divine body was also known as the innocuous divine body. Interesting. Gu Fei used his martial path heavenly eye to look at the thing inside the jade box. He felt as if his gaze was piercing through layers of space to see what was inside. That is, when Gu Fei saw the thing that seemed to be hidden in the endless void, he couldn't help but frown. It was a fist-sized ball-shaped object. On this ball-shaped object, there were all kinds of things in the world. The inside of the ball-shaped object was like a heaven and earth. It seems a little similar to the Chaos Origin embryo. Not long after Gu Fei's debut, he obtained the mountain and river cauldron in the Dead City in the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron nurtured a Chaos Origin embryo. That was the embryonic form of heaven and earth. Back then, he used the mountain and river cauldron as the foundation to open up his own inner world. Could it be the Chaos Origin embryo? Gu Fei was a little puzzled because the ball-shaped object really looked like the Chaos Origin embryo. Who cares? This thing is mine now. Gu Fei closed the jade box and put it away. Get up. He finally let Shaoqing, who was lying at his feet, get up. Yes, master. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy quickly stood up and wagged his tail beside Gu Fei. No one would have thought that the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign would have such a side to him. If his opponents were to see this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Aren't you going to put away your myriad formation diagram? Gu Fei said. At this time, the world of the myriad formation image had become extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Yes, master. Sovereign Skywolf hurriedly said. In the next moment, the entire world changed. The world outside appeared in front of Gu Fei, and an array diagram flew back towards Sovereign Skywolf. The myriad formation image entered Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf's body. Hey, they came out. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. In the next moment, 9 towering pillars of light soared into the sky from 9 different directions. Boundless divine flames erupted from the 9 towering pillars of light, forming a light barrier that enveloped Gu Fei and the Sky Wolf Sovereign. A shocking killing intent swept towards Gu Fei and Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf, and the temperature of the surrounding void dropped rapidly under the impact of the killing intent. What's going on? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the fire screen in the sky, and asked indifferently, Master, we've been trapped by the Shintian Array Sect's 9 Heavens, 10 Earths, Immortal Vanquishing Formation. Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf said nervously. The 9 Heavens, 10 Earths, Immortal Vanquishing Formation was a killing formation that the founding ancestor of the Shintian Array Sect, Array Venerable by Chen, had specially researched to deal with the myriad formation image. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, come out and accept your death. At this time, a loud shout rang out, and a figure appeared in the endless flames. This person was an old man with white hair and beard, holding an array flag in his hand. Countless array patterns constantly appeared and disappeared on the array flag, repeating over and over again. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, you won't be able to escape today. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, die. One figure after another appeared in the killing formation, each holding an array flag in their hand. There were a total of 13 people, 13 array flags. The Shintian 13 Sons? Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf directly transformed into human form. At this time, he no longer had a physical body, only a Yuan spirit was left. Your enemy? Gu Fei glanced at Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf. Yes. Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf said hurriedly. It seems that I've been implicated by you. Gu Fei felt a little helpless. Yes. Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf's forehead was beaded with sweat. He had a great feud with the Shintian Array Sect. Back then, he had joined the Shintian Array Sect to cultivate Array Dao, but he had betrayed the Shintian Array Sect when he had made some progress in Array Dao. What made Array Venerate by Chan want to vomit blood the most was that Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf had stolen his 10,000 formation diagram. This made Array Venerate by Chan want to tear Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf into 1,000,000 pieces. You can solve your own problems. Gu Fei had no intention of making a move, but Master, how can I be a match for them in my current state? Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf was anxious. He was only left with a Yuan spirit, so how could he contend with the Shintian 13 Sons? Although the 13 mysterious Sky Sons weren't formation supremacies, many of them were half-step supremacies, especially their eldest senior brother, who was already half a step into the supremacy realm. Most importantly, the power of the 9 Heavens, 10 Earths Immortal Vanquishing Formation was said to be able to kill immortals. Under the control of the Shintian 13 Sons, this killing formation could definitely kill an extreme sacred immortal, not to mention that Array Venerate by Chan was watching from the side. An extreme supremacy can be reborn from a single drop of blood. You can just create a new physical body. Gu Fei did not want to help Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf deal with these guys. Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf was speechless. He pondered for a moment, then took out the 10,000 formation diagram. In the next moment, he opened the 10,000 formation diagram, and a figure walked out of it. The person who walked out of the 10,000 formation diagram was Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf. To be precise, it was his physical body. When he was fighting with Gu Fei, he had self-destructed his physical body and merged with the diagram. His flesh and blood had fused into the 10,000 formation diagram. Now, his flesh and blood had reformed into a new physical body. Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf had wanted Gu Fei to make a move. If Gu Fei were to fight the people from the Shintian Array Sect, it would be great news for him. However, Gu Fei did not fall for it. Whoosh! Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf's Yuan spirit rushed into his physical body. Rumble! At this moment, the 9 Heavens, 10 Earths Immortal Vanquishing Formation was already in operation. Endless fire elemental power was rapidly condensing, and 13 fire dragons appeared in the killing formation. Roar! The 13 fire dragons roared at the sky, and the whole world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Chapter 45:10. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal slaying formation was the supreme killing formation of the mysterious heaven array sect. Only the founding ancestor of the mysterious heaven array sect, Array venerate by Chan, and the 13 mysterious heaven princes could use this killing formation. The others couldn't even set it up. The 13 mysterious heaven princes had set up this killing formation together, and it could even kill a supreme Tao Saint Immortal. Back then, they had refined a supreme Tao Saint Immortal to death in the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal slaying formation. This killing formation had once killed a supreme Tao Saint Immortal. Back then, when the news of the mysterious heaven array sect killing a supreme Tao Saint Immortal was spread, the world was shocked. It had to be said that supreme Tao Saint Immortals were existences that stood at the peak of the universe. All living beings were beneath their feet, and billions of living beings submitted to them. However, the mysterious heaven array sect had refined a supreme Tao Saint Immortal to death with a killing formation. How could people not be shocked? Now, the mysterious heaven's 13th son of the mysterious heaven array sect had set up the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation and trapped Gu Fei and Sky Wolf supremacy in it. Traitor Sky Wolf, die. Without saying anything, the 13 mysterious heaven princes used their killing move right away. Endless heavenly fire turned into 13 fire dragons that charged towards Gu Fei and the Sky Wolf sovereign. Hey, I'm not your enemy. Don't get caught up in this mess. Gu Fei couldn't help getting angry when he saw that these guys wanted to kill him. I'm sorry, fellow cultivator. The eldest of the 13 mysterious heaven princes, Chu Ao, said coldly. What did you say? You won't let me off either? This time, Gu Fei was really angry. These guys really wanted to kill him and the Sky Wolf sovereign. This had touched his bottom line. What Gu Fei hated the most was killing the innocent. They didn't even provoke you, yet you killed them. How unjust would that be? Who told you to be with this traitor? Another young cultivator from the Xintian Array sect looked at Gu Fei, who was trapped in the Array sect. By this time, the 13 fire dragons had already arrived before Gu Fei and Skywolf Supremacy's group. The terrifying power of heavenly fire caused the surrounding void to distort and distort. Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was unbearably hot, and sweat poured down like rain, as if he was in an oven. The heavenly wolf supremacy was in an even worse state. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Then there's no room for discussion. Gu Fei's tone turned cold. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and slapped at the 13 dragon shadows in the sky. Boom! A loud bang rang out, causing the void to tremble. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 13 fire dragons that were pouncing towards Gu Fei and the heavenly wolf sovereign were all blown away. How is this possible? The eyes of Chu Ao and the other disciples of the Xintian Array sect almost fell to the ground. Even an extreme Tao Saint Celestial wouldn't be able to do that. No one knew better than Chu Ao and the others how powerful the 9 Sky 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation was. Even the antiques of the grand primordial realm watching the battle from afar were moved by this scene. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Could he be an extreme celestial expert from another world? Some of the antiques communicated with their consciousness. Although the primordial realm was huge, there weren't many extreme celestial supremes. Most of the antique extreme celestials knew each other. Gu Fei was an absolute stranger to them. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Even the super antiques from the primordial realm couldn't see through him. Is that all? Gu Fei stood proudly and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The 13 children were furious when they heard Gu Fei's words. How dare this guy look down on their 9 Sky 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation? He deserved to die. It should be noted that this killing formation had refined an extreme celestial to death before. It's a far cry from the myriad formation image. Gu Fei said, "The myriad formation image?" Chu Ao and the others were even more furious. The 9 Sky 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation was a killing formation that their master had specially developed to counter the myriad formation image. How dare this guy say that the killing formation was inferior to the myriad formation image? Eldest senior brother, what are we waiting for? Since this guy wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. One of Chu Ao's junior brothers sneered. That's right. Let's send them on their way. Another formation grandmaster from the mysterious Heaven Array sect said, all right, in that case, junior brothers, let's show this guy what we're made of. Chu Ao stared at Gu Fei with a gloomy expression. Come on. Gu Fei beckoned at Chu Ao and the others with his finger. Change formation. Without any hesitation, Chu Ao directly activated another change of the 9 Sky 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation. The next moment, the void suddenly cooled down. The world immediately darkened, as if it had suddenly fallen into night. Gu Fei felt the changes around him, but he did not show any expression of shock. However, the surrounding void seemed to solidify. He felt the existence of the power of the moon. This killing formation had actually attracted the power of the moon. Just now, it was still the power of extreme yang. Now, it had suddenly turned into the power of extreme yin. This killing formation could actually change these two completely opposite powers at will. Just this point alone was enough to show how extraordinary this killing formation was. This killing formation's control of power had reached an extreme. Although it was just a killing formation, it was actually not inferior to the myriad formation image. Ice Purgatory. Chu Ao's voice sounded in the killing formation. The next moment, the sky began to snow, and soon, a cold wind blew. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and even Gu Fei felt a trace of coldness. Supreme Skywolf had to activate the myriad formation image to protect himself. Rumble. It was as if a terrifying and extremely cold purgatory had appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the moon completely erupted, freezing everything. Only this level? Gu Fei did not move. The wind and snow could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Even though the surrounding void had really solidified, he was still not affected at all. Master, this level is already very good. Supreme Skywolf was really shocked by Gu Fei this time. He had to fully activate the myriad formation image to protect himself, otherwise, the cold chi would invade his body. However, Gu Fei did not need to do anything. He just stood there quietly, and this purgatory actually could not shake him. Sword breaks purgatory. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. In the next moment, a divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh. Chapter 45:11. There was no doubt about the power of the 9 Heavens 10 Earths immortal extermination formation. It had to be known that this killing formation was specially researched by the mysterious Heaven Array Sect's ancestor in order to deal with the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign's myriad formation diagram. The myriad formation image was the #1 formation in the world. It was a supreme formation that Array Master Bai Qian had painstakingly refined. A killing formation that could deal with the myriad formation image was naturally no small matter. At this moment, Gu Fei and Celestial Wolf, who were trapped in the 9 Heaven 10 Earths immortal killing formation, felt as if they had entered an icy hell. The surrounding void was completely frozen by the extreme yin chi. Celestial Wolf was already shivering from the cold. Even with the protection of the myriad formation image, he still felt the cold chi invading his body. If not for the myriad formation image, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. How is this possible? Sovereign Skywolf was incomparably shocked. This cheap master of his was indeed worthy of being a sovereign of the Array Dao. This killing array was truly powerful, but his master was even more powerful. He looked at Gu Fei with a trace of fear in his eyes. Even though the extreme yin chi could freeze heaven and earth and freeze the void, it couldn't seal or freeze Gu Fei. It couldn't freeze Gu Fei. Gu Fei stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. Not even a trace of the extreme yin chi could touch him. Even though the cold wind howled around him and the sun and moon dimmed, everything within 10 meters of him was calm and tranquil. This guy, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Panjiaming, the divine son of the 5-element sky sect who had been sent away by Gu Fei, was even more shocked. Damn, this guy is the ancestor of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Panjiaming's heart trembled. This so-called disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect turned out to be a supreme, and a supreme who could challenge the Shintian array sect. Fighting against the entire profound heaven array sect with his own strength was not something an ordinary extreme Tao saint immortal could possess. Could this guy be a great emperor? Pan Jiaming thought to himself. This kid, even array master by Chen, the ancestor of the Shintian array sect, couldn't help but be shocked. Whoosh! The sword came out of the 9 heavens chilling 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array, formed by the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array, was split open by the sword, and a sword mark extended directly outside the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array. This, Chu Ao and the other 13 Black Heaven Sons were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Ever since Array Venerable by Chen created the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array, no one had ever been able to break the entire killing array. But today, the person who was trapped in the killing formation had actually broken the entire killing formation with a casual swing of his sword. Although it was just a sword mark, it quickly disappeared into the void. The entire killing array continued to operate, seemingly unaffected by it. However, only Chu Ao and the others knew that if the person trapped in the killing array could break it once, he could break it a second time. The entire killing array seemed to be unable to trap this person. Who the hell are you? The old voice traveled into the killing array. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice. His gaze pierced through the killing formation and landed on an old man in the sky. This old man was Array Master by Chen. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. Who did this guy think he was? A supreme great emperor? Array Master by Chen was the founding ancestor of the Shintian array sect. His seniority was comparable to the 10 major heavenly sects of the primordial world. If even Array Master by Chen wasn't qualified to know this person's name, could he really be a supreme great emperor? The old antiques who were watching the battle from the shadows were all shocked. If a supreme great emperor appeared here, it would really turn the world upside down. A supreme great emperor was the true ruler of the primordial world. Even the sect masters of the 10 major heavenly sects weren't qualified to be on the same level as a supreme great emperor. This was because even the 10 major heavenly sects had to submit to a supreme great emperor. You, Array Master by Chen, was shocked and furious. Kill! Array Master by Chen roared. If he was intimidated by this guy, how would he be able to show his face in the primordial world? His reputation would be swept to the ground, and he would be laughed at. Kill! Chu Ao and the others roared as well. They activated the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Even if the opponent was a supreme great emperor, he would still be killed in the formation. Rumble! The void of the killing formation shook violently. Rays of terrifying divine light pierced through the void like peerless immortal spears towards Gu Fei and Supreme Sky Wolf. Supreme Sky Wolf was shocked. In the next moment, the myriad formation image flew out from his body and enveloped him and Gu Fei. The divine light pierced directly into the myriad formation image. However, it only pierced a part of it. It didn't really penetrate the myriad formation image. This myriad formation image is really powerful. Even Chu Ao and the others had to admit that the myriad formation image was their master's supreme masterpiece. The true meaning of Array Tao was contained in the myriad formation image. Although the 9 Heaven 10 Earth Immortal Killing Formation was a supreme killing formation created by Array Venerable by Chen to deal with the myriad formation diagram, no one knew if this killing formation could actually break the myriad formation diagram. Myriad formations returned to origin. Heavenly Wolf Sovereign bellowed. The myriad formation diagram immediately lit up, and one mysterious array diagram after another appeared on the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the power of the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal exterminating war frantically gathered towards the myriad formation diagram. Change formation? Chu Ao roared. There was a hint of fear in his voice. The myriad formation image was in his hands before. He knew very well how powerful it was. In the next moment, the power of the immortal extermination formation was immediately pulled back by the killing formation. The myriad formation image was actually suppressed by the killing formation. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was taken aback. Could this killing formation really be able to break the myriad formation image? You want to break my myriad formation image? Dream on. Supreme Skywolf gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he shattered his physical body again. His spiritual soul merged with the myriad formation image. As long as the array image existed, he existed. If the array image was broken, he would perish. He was going all out this time. Buzz. The void shook. The myriad formation image once again glowed with endless divine light. The divine light illuminated the void. Countless array patterns dissipated under the divine light. This was the true power of the myriad formation image. This is the light of annihilation, Chueo exclaimed. He didn't expect the myriad formation image to be able to do this. Myriad formations returned to origin, the light of annihilation. Any array that was illuminated by the light of annihilation would fall apart. The array patterns of the immortal extermination formation were dissipating. It's still a little lacking. Far in the sky, array Venerable by Chen sighed. Even he couldn't break through the myriad formation diagram. Interesting. Chapter 45:12. The myriad formation diagram actually emitted the light of annihilation, which made everyone extremely nervous. After all, the light of annihilation was very terrifying. Even an extreme-grade sovereign would be in danger of dying if they were hit by it. This is the ultimate killing move of the myriad formation image. No one had expected that the myriad formation diagram could actually transform into the light of death. No wonder it was able to refine a supreme saint immortal to death in the past. At this moment, the old geezers finally understood that during the great battle outside the profound heaven array sect, Formation Venerate by Qian had used the myriad formation portrait to refine a supreme saint immortal to death. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it. After all, that was an extreme saint immortal, an existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. Yet he'd actually been refined to death by a slaughter formation. Was this possible? In the history of the primordial beginning realm, there had never been an extreme sacred immortal killed by a killing formation. Rumble. Under the illumination of the light of annihilation, the entire 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal vanquishing killing formation was collapsing. Although the Black Heaven 13 suns tried their best to activate the killing formation, it was still not enough. Master, Chu Ao begged Array Venerable by Chun for help while coughing up blood. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal vanquishing killing array was on the verge of collapsing. The Black Heaven's 13 holy suns all received a huge impact. Cracks appeared on the bodies of those with weaker cultivations, and their physical bodies were on the verge of shattering. What 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal vanquishing formation? Just so. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's spiritual will rippled out from the myriad formation diagram. That seems to be it, Gu Fei said. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal slaying formation was very strong, but the 10,000 formation image was heaven-defying enough. It could even evolve the light of annihilation, which was really terrifying. However, although the 10,000 formation image was powerful, in Gu Fei's eyes, it was not the strongest Taoist treasure. Preposterous. You dare to look down on me? Venerate by Chan gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A small stone tablet appeared in his hand, and a powerful might of the heavens and earth erupted from it. It's the heavenly steel. To think that Bai Chun would possess such a supreme treasure. As soon as the old-timers saw the stone steel and paragon by Chen's hand, their eyes went bloodshot. That was a legendary heavenly steel, and it was a world unto itself. Array Venerate by Chen's right hand seemed to be straining to lift the black stone tablet, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. This is, when Gu Fei saw the stone tablet in Array Venerate by Chen's hand, he was taken aback. This stone tablet was very similar to the 3-boundary steel. The 3-boundary steel was an extreme Tao treasure. The 3-boundary steel possessed the power of the 3 realms. It was one of the many supreme Tao treasures that Gu Fei had obtained. In the past, when his cultivation had broken through to the eternal realm, he had planned to refine all the supreme Tao treasures he had obtained. However, he had only refined the 9 heaven star sword and the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, 2 extreme Tao treasures, and he had fought against the first demon of the ancestral realm. In the end, the first demon of the ancestral realm had been ruthless to the extreme. He had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation, forcing Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation and stripping away his eternal realm cultivation base. Even his eternal martial body had lost almost all of its divinity, turning it into a mortal body. Fortunately, his sternum still retained a trace of eternal divinity. That was the eternal true bone. With the eternal true bone as a foundation, his cultivation base could recover quickly. The three boundaries steel had been damaged, and Gu Fei had tossed it aside. But now that he saw the so-called heavenly steel in array venerate by Qin's hand, his eyes lit up. He had an idea. This seemed to be an opportunity to repair the three boundaries steel. How could he have something like that? Even the Sky Wolf Sovereign was shocked when he sensed the aura erupting from the stone tablet in array venerate by Qin's hand. The heavenly steel was a heavenly steel that couldn't be destroyed by myriad tribulations. Although the annihilation light was powerful, it couldn't destroy the heavenly steel. Go! Array venerate by Chen roared as he took out the heavenly steel in his hand. As the heavenly steel flew out from his hand, it rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone like a black mountain. Boom! The heavenly steel, which was even larger than a mountain, fell from the sky and slammed towards the myriad formation diagram. The space below the heavenly steel directly shattered. This strike was at a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. The annihilation light that erupted from the myriad formation diagram was immediately dispersed. The 10,000-meter-tall heavenly steel ruthlessly slammed into the myriad formation diagram. One steel suppresses 10,000 formations. Buzz. The myriad formation diagram vibrated. Countless formation patterns rushed out from the myriad formation diagram and imprinted themselves on the heavenly steel. However, the moment the formation patterns touched the heavenly steel, they immediately dissipated in the void. The power contained in the formation patterns was also absorbed by the heavenly steel. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that Paragon Heavenwolf would suffer a tragedy. Someone sighed. Array Venerate by Qian had many treasures that even extreme path Saint Immortals would covet. The myriad formation diagram and the heavenly steel were all heaven-defying treasures. At this moment, the myriad formation diagram was fiercely suppressed by the heavenly steel. No matter how Supremacy Skywolf, who was controlling the myriad formation diagram, struggled, it was of no use. It was as if a huge world was pressing down on the myriad formation diagram. The heavenly steel did not change apart from becoming larger. However, it was this heavenly steel that stood between the heavens and the earth, suppressing the myriad formation diagram. Master, save me. Supremacy Skywolf, who had fused with the myriad formation diagram, sent out his divine will. His voice was filled with panic and anxiety. Humph. No one can save you now that you're suppressed by the heavenly steel. What a pity for my myriad formation diagram. Array Venerate by Chun walked over from afar and sneered. Is that so? Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked indifferently at Array Venerate by Chen. No matter who you are, get out of here. Array Venerate by Chun stared coldly at Gu Fei. You're telling me to get out? Gu Fei laughed. If you don't get out, then die. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Murderous intent surged from all directions. Array flags appeared in the surroundings, each of them emitting terrifying energy waves. Gu Fei looked around. It turned out that the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation, which had almost completely collapsed, had not really collapsed. Sigh. A bunch of frogs in a well. Gu Fei smiled helplessly. You're saying that we're frogs in a well? The Black Heaven 13 sons of the Black Heaven Array sect were all enraged. Even Array Venerate by Qin's expression changed. Since you have a death wish, I have no reason to stop you. Array Venerate by Chun waved his hand, and the entire killing array immediately began to operate. Swoosh. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. It was another sword move. This time, It was a stunning sword move. Wherever the sword light passed, countless array runes were destroyed. What? Chapter 45:13. Before Gu Fei broke through to the extreme Tao realm, he cultivated many great Taos, including the five elements, yin and yang, primal chaos, thunder, wind, fire, sword, and so on. He even had a high attainment in the array Tao. And the sword Tao was also a kind of martial Tao. There were 3,000 great Taos, but there were countless minor Taos. The martial Tao was a great Tao, but it contained countless minor Taos. The sword Tao was a minor Tao under the martial Tao. The martial Tao was all-encompassing, and Gu Fei's sword Tao was equally amazing because he cultivated the killing sword Tao that could break all laws with a single sword. In the past, he had obtained the 9 heaven-punishing swords from the Heaven Realm's East Sky Emperor Yuan Gu. This 9 heaven-punishing swords was the killing sword Tao, and its murderous aura could shake the heavens and earth. But now, even the creator of the 9 heaven-punishing swords, the killing sword ancestor, had become Gu Fei's subordinate, guarding the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei's cultivation of the sword Tao had long surpassed the sword ancestor. His sword had already polished away its fiery aura. There was less murderous aura, but it was more mellow. When he slashed out, there was no murderous aura, but the power was terrifying to the extreme. The sword can break all laws. I am supreme. Gu Fei's sword slashed out, directly breaking the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal extermination formation. The sword light swept through one of the mysterious heaven 13, and that person instantly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and even the array flag in his hand turned to dust. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, especially those from the mysterious Heaven Array sect, who were terrified to the extreme. How is this possible? Just one sword. The voice of the mysterious Heaven Array sect's eldest senior brother Chu Ao trembled. 7th junior brother is dead? The mysterious Heaven Array sect's second senior brother Chiao looked in horror at the terrifying figure in front of him. It was his 7th junior brother who had killed them with one sword. Dead. His body and soul were destroyed. Chu Ao said with difficulty, "You deserve to die." At this moment, Venerable Bai Qin's eyes were bloodshot. This fella had actually killed one of his direct disciples. These 13 direct disciples were like his own sons to him, and he had a deep relationship with them. Now that number 7 had been killed by Gu Fei, Array Lord Bai Chun was nearly driven mad. Array Supremacy Bai Chun took a step forward and countless formation runes rushed out from beneath his feet. These runes imprinted themselves in the surroundings, forming a heaven-shaking killing formation in the air. In the entire primal beginning realm, perhaps only Bai Qin, the founding ancestor of the mysterious Heaven Array sect, could accomplish such a feat. Go to hell. Array Venerable Bai Chun roared as he attacked Gu Fei. The entire killing formation was like a side of heaven and earth as it charged towards Gu Fei. I can even break the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation with one strike, let alone your killing formation. Gu Fei laughed. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword again. The sword light was like a dragon, shooting up tens of thousands of feet in an instant, directly splitting the killing array that Array Venerable Bai Qin had just laid down into two. If Array Sage Bai Chun hadn't seen the situation and dodged immediately, he would have been split in two by Gu Fei's sword along with his array. Too weak. Gu Fei shook his head. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. At this time, the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation became unstable because Gu Fei had killed the 7th of the mysterious Heaven 13 sons. What did you say? Array Sage Bai Chun was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. All right, I'm done playing with you. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand and 9 sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed in all directions. One sword 9 kills, Executioner of Heaven and Earth. Gu Fei roared as he used the trump card of the Executioner of 9 swords. The 9 sword lights destroyed everything in their path. All the formation runes were annihilated in the void. The layers of formation runes couldn't stop the 9 sword lights at all. Array Sage Bai Qin's killing array collapsed in an instant. This time, Although he still escaped quickly and wasn't hit by the sword lights, his disciples were in a tragic state. The 9 immortal sword lights flashed by and 9 figures instantly disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Chuao and the others were scared silly by this scene. 10 of the mysterious Heaven 13 suns had fallen in one go. How was this possible? Chuao and the others weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the old fogies who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded as if they were dreaming. Those were the mysterious Heaven 13 sons of the mysterious Heaven Array sect. Each of the mysterious Heaven 13 sons was a half-step supreme being and extremely powerful. Moreover, they had the array flags of the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation in their hands. Yet, they were killed just like that. Even a half-step great emperor wouldn't be able to kill 9 array sage grandmasters in one go. Roar! Array sage Bai Chen spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this scene. These were his personal disciples. How could they die just like that? Killed in one move? He was filled with hatred. Array sage Bai Chen spat out a mouthful of blood on the heavenly steel that was suppressing the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the blood was absorbed by the heavenly steel. Rumble! The heavenly steel that was suppressing the myriad formation diagram moved, rising directly from the ground. At this time, the myriad formation diagram below the heavenly steel had already dimmed, and the origin spirit of Supreme Skywolf was also extremely weak. This was the legendary heavenly steel. Since ancient times, even an extreme Tao supreme being would have died under the suppression of the heavenly steel. If it weren't for the protection of the myriad formation diagram, Supreme Skywolf's origin spirit would have long dissipated. Even so, he still suffered a great impact. This old guy is so ruthless. Supreme Skywolf gritted his teeth and said, "Kill." At this time, Array Sage Bai Chen used all his strength to drive the heavenly steel to kill Gu Fei. He was incomparably strenuous, as if he was moving a piece of heaven and earth. In fact, he was moving a piece of heaven and earth. This was because the heavenly steel was an existence akin to a large piece of heaven and earth. It was the supreme sacred object of this piece of heaven and earth. The heavenly steel contained the laws of heaven and earth. In the primordial realm, this supreme sacred object was also a legendary existence. No matter how powerful the myriad formation diagram was, it couldn't be more powerful than the heavenly steel. It's worth me taking this seriously. Gu Fei still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at the heavenly steel that was coming towards him. This guy dares to ignore the legendary heavenly steel? The old antiques who were watching from afar all stared nervously at the heavenly steel that was even larger than a mountain. This thing was not to be underestimated, and accidentally touching it could put one's life in danger. This thing wasn't something that just anyone could touch. This Array Sage Bai Chen's luck was really too good to have even obtained this thing. The heavenly steel? Gu Fei chuckled. If it was an ordinary extreme Dao Saint Immortal, he naturally wouldn't be able to block the heavenly steel's attack. However, he wasn't an ordinary extreme Dao Supreme Being. Chapter 45:14. Gu Fei's power belonged to himself and had already surpassed the limits of any grand heaven and earth. He had walked out of his own grand Dao. He was the Dao and no longer feared the heavenly Dao or any grand heaven and earth's will. The moment his power erupted, the entire world shook and a grand heaven and earth's will awakened at the end of the firmament. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the depths of the firmament, as if a peerless heavenly tribulation was about to descend. All the extreme Dao existences in the primal beginning realm felt a dangerous aura and their hearts palpitated. However, there was no heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the heavenly steel was about to hit Gu Fei's head under the full power of Array Venerate Bai Chen. The power that emanated from the heavenly steel was extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary extreme Dao Saint Immortal, they would have been blasted into a bloody mist by the energy fluctuations. However, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. He merely extended his right hand. Bang! Gu Fei's palm pressed directly against the heavenly steel. This caused all the spectators to be dumbfounded, their eyes almost falling out of their sockets. This guy is crazy. Even an extreme Tao great emperor wouldn't dare to touch the heavenly steel. Is he courting death? All the old antiques were not optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. After all, this was the heavenly steel, a forbidden existence in the primal beginning realm. Its power was not something an extreme Tao saint immortal could compare to. Haha, little guy, you're too arrogant. How dare you block the heavenly steel with your bare hands? Venerable by Chin laughed. This was the heavenly steel after all. He had spent a lot of effort in order to obtain it, but he could only use a trace of its power, not even 1/10,000th of its power. Even so, he could easily defeat Heavenly Wolf Sovereign who had the myriad formation diagram. How is this possible? Venerable by Chun looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. This guy actually blocked the heavenly steel and didn't get destroyed in both body and soul. He actually blocked it. Everyone was indescribably shocked. There was actually someone who blocked the heavenly monument. When this news spread out, the entire world was shocked. Even the most ancient existences were moved. Someone blocked the heavenly steel. How is this possible? An ancient voice came from the ancient lands. Strands of powerful spirit wills rushed out from various ancient lands in the primal beginning world. They instantly descended near the abyss. Blurry figures appeared in the void one after another. These were not true extreme Tao-level powerhouses. They were merely manifestations of their divine will. However, no one dared to underestimate these figures even though they were divine will clones. This was because they were the divine will clones of the super antiques of the primordial beginning realm. Boom! A figure surrounded by 9-colored divine light descended from the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. That is, Great Emperor Hao Xian has come personally? Someone exclaimed. No, it's just a clone, one of the super old-timers muttered. At that moment, another figure shrouded in purple aura walked over from afar. When this figure appeared, the entire world rang with the divine sound of the Great Path. It was as if a supreme being was teaching the Great Path. Great Tao Violet Qi, that's the Tao Heavenly Emperor. Someone exclaimed in shock. The arrival of this Great Emperor clone made everyone extremely nervous. After all, these were great emperors, invincible great emperors of the primal beginning realm. You two are here too? A majestic voice descended from the sky. A figure shrouded in yin and yang qi descended from the sky. The power of yin and yang turned into a yin-yang divine diagram in the void. The great emperor's divine will clones were different from other extreme Tao-level existences. The great emperor's divine will clones were not blurry. This was the yin-yang great emperor of the primal beginning realm. A great emperor had appeared in the human world before. He was known as the yin-yang great emperor. That great emperor was the ancestor of the Qin clan. The 3 extreme Tao great emperor's divine will clones appeared near the abyss. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. These were extreme Tao great emperors. Rumble. At that moment, the heavenly steel trembled continuously. A powerful force surged out. However, even though the heavenly steel emitted wave after wave of power, Gu Fei's palm was still pressed against it. Moreover, he was still devouring the heavenly steel's power. Even the 3 extreme Tao great emperor's divine will clones were shocked when they saw this scene. Blocking the heavenly steel with a single hand and devouring the heavenly steel's power. Since ancient times, there had never been such a heaven-defying existence in the primal beginning realm. Even extreme Tao great emperors wouldn't dare to do this. The heavenly steel's power wasn't something that anyone could refine. All right, let's begin. As Gu Fei spoke, an ancient steel rushed out from his body. He grabbed the ancient steel with his left hand and smashed it against the heavenly steel. Boom! With a loud bang, the so-called heavenly steel in the primal beginning realm shattered into countless pieces. After the huge steel broke, the pieces flew in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they had turned into stone statues. Everyone was speechless. The heavenly steel broke? Venerable by Chin's voice was trembling. Good heavens! The three extreme Tao Great Emperor's divine will clones were also shocked to the extreme. They couldn't believe that this young fellow had actually smashed the heavenly steel. That was the heavenly steel. When the heavenly steel broke, the origin energy flew out. It was as though a real world had appeared in the void. Gu Fei threw the ancient steel that had smashed the heavenly steel into the origin energy. In the next moment, the entire world shook violently. The divine sound of the great Tao lingered and resonated with heaven and earth. At this time, Gu Fei's figure flashed and appeared in front of the dumbfounded array venerate by Chen. Bam! Pacha! The sound of collision and bones breaking rang out at the same time. Array venerate by Chen screamed and flew out. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had collapsed. Gu Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he sent a punch towards Array venerate by Chen's face, directly breaking his nose bridge. Without the heavenly steel and the 10,000 formation image, Array venerate by Chen was no match for Gu Fei. Whip! Array venerate by Chen extended his right hand. A beam of divine light flew from afar and landed in his hand. A 9-section whip appeared in his hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from the 9-section whip in his hand, and around him, stars appeared one after another. Chapter 45:15. The driving stars and moon whip was another supreme treasure of the Shintian array sect. This supreme treasure could control the sun, moon, and stars to set up a powerful astral killing array. At this moment, the chasing stars and chasing moon whip displayed its greatest power in the hands of Array Master Bai Chen. In the blink of an eye, the chasing stars and chasing moon whip transformed into a terrifying killing array that enveloped Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the heavenly steel's origin energy shook violently before converging. At the core of the origin energy, an ancient steel was faintly discernible. Gu Fei wanted to repair the 3-boundary steel, and this heavenly steel was the best material to do so. Die. Array Venerable by Chun naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei snatch the heavenly steel's origin energy so easily. In the next instant, countless stars appeared and bombarded Gu Fei. Even the myriad array diagram couldn't do anything to me, let alone this astral killing array. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed at it. In the next moment, a wave of heaven-devouring power rushed out from his hand, and the countless stars that were hurtling towards him rapidly shrank before he grabbed them in his hand. The powerful astral energy was directly refined and devoured by him. Seeing this, Array Venerable by Qian turned pale with fright. In the next instant, a fist smashed in front of him. Array Venerable by Qian hurriedly retreated. Layers of runes appeared in the void in front of him, sealing the void in an attempt to block the incoming fist. The fist pierced through the layers of runes and was about to smash into Array Venerable by Qian's body. Array Venerable by Qian hastily used the 7 stars and moon whip in front of him. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the driving stars and moon whip, and the driving stars and moon whip slammed into his body, sending him flying. Pacha! The sound of bones breaking came from Array Venerable by Qian's body. The powerful impact had caused a great impact on his body. Of course, at Venerable Array Master by Qian's level, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. In just an instant, his broken bones were restored. Starry Sky Sword. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he slashed out with his sword towards Array Venerable by Qian. Sword light soared up tens of thousands of meters, and wherever the sword light passed, countless array runes dissipated in the void. This sword strike directly broke through the stellar killing array and almost split Array Venerate by Qian in half. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly walked out of the star-killing array. This, Chu Ao, and the other disciples of the Shintian array sect were shocked and angry when they saw this. Sword shakes the sky. Gu Fei continued to attack. His sword was different from the others. Although the sword light didn't carry any killing intent, its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of him. Blood splattered as Array Venerate by Chen screamed. The driving star and moon whip in his right hand was sent flying. Gu Fei reached out and directly grabbed Array Venerate by Qin's broken arm. Rumble. Countless stars appeared, one after another, and terrifying starlight power frantically gathered. With the driving star and moon whip in his hand, Gu Fei instantly controlled the star-killing Array Venerate by Qin's star-killing array. Array Venerate by Qin was indescribably shocked. He never would have imagined that this guy was also an array grandmaster. At this moment, Gu Fei turned the tables and trapped Array Venerate by Qin in the star-killing array. Submit or die, Gu Fei said indifferently. You want me to submit? Array Venerate by Qin was shocked and angry. He was the sect leader of the Xintian Array sect, and now he wanted him to submit. This was worse than killing him. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly fell from the sky, grabbing at the myriad formation image floating in the void. It wanted to directly grab this supreme Array Dao treasure. Inside the myriad formation image, Supremacy Skywolf's Yuan Shan was seriously injured. Someone wanted to take advantage of Supremacy Skywolf's weakened state to take the myriad formation image. Buzz. The myriad formation image shook, and a powerful force erupted from it, trying to block the huge black hand that was grabbing down from the sky. However, the huge hand was so powerful that it directly crushed the entire void where the myriad formation image was. The myriad formation image was grabbed by the huge hand. After the black hand grabbed the myriad formation image, it directly retreated into the depths of the sky. Gu Fei was furious. These guys were really despicable. They didn't make a move, but now they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Was this even possible? Swish! An immortal sword light flew out from Gu Fei's hand and instantly slashed into the depths of the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar immediately came from the depths of the sky. In the next moment, black blood rained down from the sky, and a huge black hand fell from the sky. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by this scene. This guy actually slashed the black hand in the sky with a sword. The powerful existence in the depths of the sky was probably no weaker than those supreme great emperors. The huge black hand was like a small mountain, falling from the sky to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky, and an unimaginably powerful pressure erupted from the figure. The entire world was shaking. How dare you provoke that guy? The incarnation of Great Emperor Hao Xian's Divine Will looked up at the figure in the sky that seemed to be able to crush the world, and his expression was extremely solemn. The incarnation of Great Emperor Dao Tian's Divine Will was also extremely shocked. Just in time to collect some blood to refine medicine, the incarnation of Great Emperor Yin Yang took out a huge cauldron and collected the blood that was falling from the sky into the cauldron. You're all courting death. The guy in the sky was completely enraged, and he actually opened his mouth and spat out a black flame. The black flame instantly turned into a monstrous black fire that burned everyone below. The old fogies who were watching the battle were extremely cunning, and when they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled. How dare you provoke the ruler of darkness? You're simply courting death. Many old fogies were extremely afraid of the figure in the sky. It was the ruler of darkness from the primordial world, an existence that could contend with supreme great emperors. It's just a divine phoenix that has been demonized, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. In his eyes, the so-called ruler of darkness was just a divine phoenix that had been corroded by demonic qi and had undergone a shocking mutation. This divine phoenix could be called the divine phoenix of darkness. At that moment, the black flame descended from the sky. When Gu Fei saw this, he waved his hand, and the black hand and the myriad formation diagram immediately flew towards him. Chapter 45:16. Gu Fei slashed at the huge hand that was formed by the dark divine phoenix in the depths of the sky, causing everyone's eyeballs to pop out of their sockets. That was a taboo existence in the primal beginning realm. It had lived for countless years and was a demon emperor. It had once caused endless slaughter in the primal beginning realm and almost plunged the realm into darkness. In the end, several supreme great emperors took action and chased the dark divine phoenix back to the tenebrous demon realm. Dao Tian Great Emperor had also participated in the battle and fought against the Dark Divine Phoenix. His heart still trembled when he thought of that battle. Too many people died in that battle. Many supreme great Dao sacred immortals who stood at the peak of all living beings perished, and even the great emperors couldn't protect themselves. The great calamity of the primal beginning realm was later called the tenebrous demon realm chaos by the cultivation world of the primal beginning realm. The entire cultivation street of the primal beginning realm had to recuperate for hundreds of thousands of years before recovering. I didn't think that even the demon emperor would be alarmed. Some of the old antiques of the primal beginning realm saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The dark demon emperor was absolutely powerful. No one dared to underestimate this supreme demon emperor. But now, a fellow who seemed to have appeared out of thin air had actually severed one of the dark demon emperor's arms with a single slash. This had shocked everyone. Rumble. At this time, the dark demon emperor spat out a mouthful of black flames. The entire world was immediately enveloped by the pitch-black demonic flames. The entire world immediately darkened as if night had suddenly descended. The people who were watching the battle near the abyss all fled in terror. "It's the dark demon flame," someone exclaimed. This kind of demonic flame was extremely terrifying. A wisp of it could burn in supreme, great Tao sacred immortal into ashes, directly destroying both his body and soul. In the past, the extreme Tao demon emperor had directly destroyed an immortal sect that had existed for countless years with a mouthful of demonic flames. Even the Tao heaven martial monarch Hao Xian, and the yin-yang martial monarch backed away, unwilling to face the extreme Tao demon monarch. As for the others, such as Panjiaming, the divine son of the five-element sky sect, and the third and eldest princes of the Heaven Union God dynasty, they had already retreated. With their cultivation, it was very dangerous for them to stay here. Even with the protection of an extreme path secret treasure, if they were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, their lives would be in danger. Everyone below extreme grade had retreated. Only existences above extreme grade stayed nearby to watch the battle, and only extreme grade existences were qualified to watch the battle. "You dare to challenge the demon emperor, you're dead." Array supremacy by Qian immediately retreated. He didn't dare to snatch the 10,000 formation diagram and the driving stars and moon whip from Gu Fei's hands at this moment. He immediately left the battlefield with his 3 surviving disciples. Gu Fei did not attack Array Venerate by Qian. Instead, he raised his head indifferently and looked at the monstrous demonic flames sweeping down from the sky. "Master, save me." At this moment, Supremacy Skywolf's weak will waves came from the 10,000 formation diagram. Just now, he had been suppressed by the sky steel. Even with the protection of the 10,000 formation diagram, his spirit was still injured. It had suffered a great impact and was on the verge of dissipating. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and shook the 10,000 formation diagram in his hand. A shadow immediately flew out of the 10,000 formation diagram and was directly thrown into the immortal transformation lake in his inner world. The current immortal transformation lake was no longer the immortal transformation lake of the past due to Gu Fei's continuous refinement. The immortal peach trees by the lake were still full of fruits. These immortal peach trees had also undergone a transformation, and the immortal peach fruits they bore were infinitely close to the immortal divine medicine. Such divine medicine was very useful even for the current Supremacy Skywolf. After Gu Fei threw the spirit of Supremacy Skywolf into the immortal transformation lake, he directly closed his inner world. At this moment, the billowing demonic flames burned. The myriad formation image unfolded in Gu Fei's hand and directly blocked the demonic fire descending from the sky. The demonic fire caused the myriad formation image to flicker chaotically. Countless runes continuously dissipated and condensed under the demonic fire in a cycle. This guy is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He's overestimating himself. Someone said disdainfully. This guy actually dared to challenge the extreme grade demon emperor. This was simply courting death. So what if he had the 10,000 formation diagram in hand? He would most likely end up with a tragic death. That's the dark demon emperor, the dark dominator who almost swept through the entire primordial realm. Someone knew about the Dark Demon Emperor's background. It should be known that this guy's name had shaken the primordial realm countless years ago. Even after countless years had passed, there were still people who remembered his ferocious might. This guy can even shatter the heaven steel. Maybe he has the strength to challenge the extreme-grade Demon Emperor. Some people held another opinion because Gu Fei had even shattered the heaven steel. That was the heaven steel, not an ordinary extreme-grade Dao treasure. The heaven steel's strength was absolutely unquestionable. At this moment, the three boundaries steel was still devouring the heaven steel's origin power. The heaven steel's origin power was repairing the three boundaries steel. Soon, three great voids emerged from the three boundaries steel and frantically swallowed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from the three boundaries steel. Is that the heaven steel? The heaven steel reformed? Someone exclaimed. Even the extreme-grade Great Emperor stared at the three boundaries steel. It was an extreme-grade Dao treasure that was even more powerful than the heaven steel. This was because Gu Fei had used this ancient steel to directly smash the heaven steel. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Fei activated the driving stars and moon whip in his hand. One after another, stars revolved in the void, as if a real star field had appeared in the void. A shocking murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. This guy, Array Venerable by Chun, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This guy's array Dao cultivation was unfathomable. He could casually use his driving stars and moon whip to set up an array. The star-killing array revolved crazily and actually refined the dark demon fire that swept down from the sky into the killing array. Kill. The dark demon emperor in the sky was enraged. In the next moment, a demon mountain directly descended from the sky, crushing down on Gu Fei below. Even the void cracked one after another. And Gu Fei looked at the demon mountain in front of him after breaking through the dark demon fire. He simply stretched out his right hand, and the entire demon mountain stopped moving. Boom! The entire abyss shook violently. The area under Gu Fei's feet instantly crumbled, and dust rose high into the sky. If this wasn't the abyss but somewhere else, it would have been plunged into misery and suffering. He single-handedly blocked the demon mountain? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This guy's physique is simply too freakish. It's actually this strong. The Dao Heavenly Emperor looked at Gu Fei. Does this guy really have the strength to contend against the extreme Dao Demon Emperor? Could it be that the fortune divine fruit in the heavenly wolf's hand has already changed owners? Chapter 45:17. Gu Fei actually managed to block the descending demon mountain with a single hand. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be dumbfounded. That was a demon mountain, yet he could block it with a single hand. Just how strong was his physical body? Moreover, this demon mountain was the Dark Demon Emperor's supreme demonic treasure. One strike was enough to destroy an area of billions of li. But now, it couldn't even kill a single human. Rumble. The demon mountain shook. Countless demonic runes appeared on it. Rays of demonic light surrounded it. Countless stars shattered. A terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. However, no matter how much demonic energy the demon mountain emitted, it couldn't threaten Gu Fei at all. He blocked the demon mountain with a single hand. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. The Dark Demon Emperor's strength was absolute. In the past, it took several supreme emperors to chase the Dark Demon Emperor back to the tenebrous devil realm. The Dark Demon Emperor had been recuperating in the tenebrous devil realm. Today, he had appeared again. His demonic might was as shocking as ever. This demon seems to be stronger than before. In the distant sky, the Dao Heaven Emperor stared at the demonic figure and said, "What's the background of that unfamiliar guy?" Great Emperor Hao Xian had his eyes on Gu Fei because Gu Fei might have something he needed. The strongest expert from another world? The Yin-Yang Emperor frowned. At this time, the primordial world collided with another world, creating a chaos rift that connected the two worlds. As long as one was strong enough, the experts of the primordial world could pass through the chaos rift and enter the other world. This wasn't a secret to the experts of the primordial world. The people of the primordial world could pass through the chaos rift and enter the other world. Naturally, the experts of the other world could also pass through the chaos rift and enter the primordial world. Of course, this kind of thing rarely happened because the beings of the primordial world were far stronger than those of other worlds. Before the beings of other worlds could enter the primordial world, they would be killed by the beings of the primordial world in the chaos rift. The beings of the primal beginning realm were very averse to the beings of other worlds. Once they found beings of other worlds, they would often kill them. At this moment, the three extreme grade great emperors became hostile towards Gu Fei. Little guy, I've underestimated you. The dark demon emperor's voice echoed down from the highest heavens. The true body of this demon emperor was still outside the 9 heavens, but even though they were separated by an endless void, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone hid far away. Humph, you're not just looking down on me. Gu Fei pressed his right hand against the demon mountain. Boom! The entire devil mountain suddenly exploded. Countless devil runes exploded and dissipated into the air. The destructive might of the mountain directly obliterated everything. The terrifying destructive storm spread out and shook the entire abyss. Countless mountains were wiped out and turned into dust. The outer area of the abyss was in a mess. The abyss was a dangerous place after all. When the destructive energy of the demon mountain came into contact with the depths of the abyss, it actually dissipated. The power in the depths of the abyss was very terrifying. Even the extreme grade great emperors couldn't see anything. No one was willing to set foot in that mysterious area. Roar! At the same time that the demon mountain exploded, a furious roar came from the 9 heavens. The entire starry sky shook and countless stars exploded. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended from the 9 heavens, shaking the heavens and the earth. Billions of beings in the southern region of the primal beginning realm were trembling. Under this demonic aura, even the extreme grade sacred immortals were trembling. Only the extreme grade great emperors could resist it. Too terrifying. Is this the power and terror of the ancient demon emperor? The extreme grade sacred immortals watching the battle had no choice but to retreat further. What's happening over at the abyss? The divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm, who had long left the abyss, sensed the terrifying demonic power in the sky. It was a supreme pressure that made their souls tremble. He can't come down with the 9 heavens demon sealing formation. Dao Heaven Great Emperor said indifferently. That's right. The 9 heavens demon sealing formation was set up by the extreme grade great emperors in the past. Unless the demon's cultivation level exceeds the extreme grade, he can't come down. Yin Yang Great Emperor smiled. He was very happy to receive some of the dark demon emperor's essence blood. This kind of thing could only be found by luck. Who would dare to go to the dark demon emperor in the dark devil domain to ask for essence blood? So there's a demon sealing formation above the 9 heavens. At this moment, some young extreme grade sacred immortals finally knew the secret of above the 9 heavens. It was actually related to the legendary demon. 9 heavens demon sealing formation. Even Array Venerate by Chun was very interested in the demon sealing formation. It was a supreme great emperor level formation. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to set it up. The 9 heavens demon sealing great formation was created by a formation Dao Great Emperor in the past. That formation Dao Great Emperor died not long after setting up the great formation. I only obtained a part of that formation Dao Great Emperor's inheritance. Array Venerate by Chun looked at the 9 heavens. His eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. There were demons above the 9 heavens, but there were also all kinds of great fortunes. Legend had it that the formation Dao Great Emperor left his inheritance in the 9 heavens demon sealing formation. That was the complete inheritance of the formation Dao Great Emperor, not the incomplete inheritance that Array Venerate by Chan had obtained. Who said I can't come down? The dark demon emperor's voice resounded through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, under everyone's horrified gazes, the terrifying demonic figure actually passed through the layers of the 9 heavens and appeared below the 9 heavens. What? Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. What's going on? How could he come out? Did the 9 heavens demon sealing formation lose its effect? That's a formation jointly set up by Extreme Tao Great Emperor. How could it lose its effect so easily? The Extreme Tao sacred immortals on the ground panicked when they saw the Dark Demon Emperor descending. That was a god of slaughter that had once caused rivers of blood to flow in the grand beginning realm. There were even a few Extreme Tao sacred immortals who had died at the hands of the Dark Demon Emperor. It's just a clone. Gu Fei's martial Tao heavenly eye could see through all illusions. He could see through the demonic figure at a glance. So it's a clone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Gu Fei's words. A clone dares to descend into the grand beginning realm? You're underestimating the people of the grand beginning realm. The Tao Heavenly Emperor stared at the demonic figure with a solemn expression. You're not qualified for my true body to descend. The Dark Demon Emperor's clone sneered. What did you say? The Tao Heavenly Emperor, Great Emperor Hao Xian, and the Yin Yang Emperor were enraged. They were Extreme Tao Great Emperors who looked down on the world. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? All of you, come at me together. The demonic figure glanced at everyone and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of disdain in his arrogance. What? Chapter 45:18. The Dark Demon Emperor was extremely powerful. He was only a clone, yet he wanted to challenge Gu Fei and the other three Supreme Emperors. They were Supreme Emperors, not ordinary existences. Once a great emperor was angered, the heavens and earth would collapse. They were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the extreme Tao. However, even if they cultivated to the extreme Tao realm, they might not be able to advance all the way. One had to know that even eternal existences that surpassed the extreme Tao realm would fall at some point. Nothing was absolute. No living being could be absolutely immortal. Of course, eternity might not be the end. If one took another step, they might truly be immortal. This was just Gu Fei's speculation. There was no path to the end of eternity, but he firmly believed that he could walk his own path. If there was no path, then he would walk his own path. This was Gu Fei's belief. It had never changed. A mere clone dares to be so arrogant? Facing the incomparably arrogant Diablo monarch, the Tao Heaven Emperor was extremely displeased. Even though the Diablo monarch was strong, he was still just a clone. For a clone to dare to challenge them, this was simply a joke. Great Emperor Hao Xian sneered. He didn't say anything, but a murderous intent emanated from his body. He wanted to kill the Dark Demon Emperor's clone. The murderous intent of a great emperor was no small matter. The temperature of the surroundings immediately plummeted under the impact of the murderous intent. Be careful, or I'll refine you into a cauldron of great medicine. Yin Yang Great Emperor stared at the demonic figure in the sky with a fiery gaze. It was as if he was looking at a delicious dish. This great emperor might seem aloof, but he had a hobby, alchemy. He cultivated the grand Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was an expert in alchemy. He was the first person to cultivate the grand Tao of Yin and Yang in the grand beginning realm. Moreover, he was an alchemy sovereign. In fact, dual Tao sovereigns were not rare in the primal beginning realm. Some people even cultivated 3 great Taos to the extreme and became extreme Tao sovereigns. The more great ways one cultivated, the stronger one's combat strength would be. This was an absolute fact. Moreover, when the various great ways clashed within one's body, the power that erupted was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. You want to use me to refine medicine? Haha. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar stared at the Yin Yang Emperor and laughed. In the next moment, he pointed a finger with his right hand. Whoosh! A beam of demonic light shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly arrived in front of the Yin Yang Emperor. Roar! The Yin Yang Emperor was shocked. With a roar, the shadow of a huge cauldron immediately emerged from his body and enveloped him. Boom! When the beam of demonic light hit the huge cauldron on the Yin Yang Emperor's body, it produced a sound that sounded like the beating of a heavenly drum. The surrounding void began to tremble. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions like water ripples in the void. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Yin Yang Emperor was sent flying. What? Even Great Emperor Hao Xin and Great Emperor Dao Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Was this really an avatar of the Dark Demon Emperor? It was impossible for an avatar to fight against an extreme Dao Great Emperor because the Dark Demon Emperor himself was an extreme Dao Demon Emperor. His main body might be stronger than the Yin Yang Emperor, but how could an avatar send the Yin Yang Emperor flying with a single blow? The Yin Yang Emperor was also shocked. He flew back from the sky and stared at the demonic figure in front of him. Haha, you guys are still so weak. You haven't improved at all. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar laughed with a tone full of disdain. The Yin Yang Emperor was both shocked and angry. Could this guy have taken that legendary step? How was that possible? In the history of cultivation in the primal beginning realm, no one had ever surpassed the extreme Dao realm. The peak of the extreme Dao was the limit. There was no more path ahead. Could it be? Great Emperor Hao Xin and Great Emperor Dao Tian thought of a possibility at the same time. Their faces turned ugly. If that was really the case, they were in danger. Not only them, but if the Dark Demon Emperor's main body broke through the ninth heaven-sealing demon array and descended on the primal beginning realm, it would be a terrible disaster. Back then, this fiend emperor entered the Dao by killing, and it was unknown how many living beings he had killed. Half-step eternal realm? At this time, Gu Fei also frowned. A mere avatar could easily defeat an extreme Dao Great Emperor. This meant something was wrong. Although the avatar of an extreme Dao Great Emperor was strong, it couldn't be stronger than the main body. All right, all of you come at me together. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar glanced at everyone and said coldly, "What are you hesitating for? Since he asked us to gang up on him, we have no reason not to agree." Gu Fei stood up. "Little guy, you have guts. You're not like these cowards." The voice of the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar spread across the entire region. Countless cultivators were terrified to the extreme. Who are you calling cowards? Great Emperor Dao Tian was unhappy. He glared at the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar. That's right. He's looking for trouble. We have no reason not to fulfill his wish. Great Emperor Dao Tian laughed. Kill. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar became impatient. He directly roared and attacked Gu Fei and the others. Four beams of demonic light rushed out from the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar and directly turned into demonic arrows that shot towards Gu Fei and the others. These dark demon arrows were very powerful. The arrowhead of each arrow was specially processed. It was as if there was a ball of demonic fire lingering around the arrowhead. Swish! Gu Fei leaped up and dodged the incoming demonic arrow. However, the demonic arrow instantly turned back and continued flying towards him. He pointed a finger at the arrowhead of the demonic arrow. The arrowhead exploded and turned into demonic fire that instantly engulfed him. However, in the next moment, the demonic fire was continuously refined by Gu Fei. What? He can actually refine demonic chi? Great Emperor Dao Tian and the others were all dumbfounded. One must know that the Dark Demon Emperor's demonic chi was no ordinary demonic chi. Even an extreme Saint Immortal would be peeled off a layer of their skin if they came into contact with it. A single strand of demonic chi was enough to devilize countless living beings in an entire region. Haha again. Gu Fei laughed loudly. The demonic energy contained within the demonic fire was very strong. This was the perfect time for him to replenish his depleted vital energy. At this moment, Great Emperor Dao Tian and the others used their divine arts to block the demonic arrows. However, the three extreme Great Emperors weren't as carefree as Gu Fei, who could easily block the demonic arrows. Even they were struggling to block the demonic arrows. Chapter 45:19. Who are you? The Dark Demon Emperor's clone stared at Gu Fei, his eyes flashing with blood-red light. One demonic shadow after another appeared on his body, then dissipated, repeating the cycle. A mere clone. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei looked at the Dark Demon Emperor's clone indifferently. What? The Dark Demon Emperor was instantly enraged. The others were shocked as well. This guy was too arrogant. He dared to ignore the Dark Demon Emperor? Even though the Dark Demon Emperor's real body wasn't here, this clone's battle prowess was still terrifying to the extreme. Die! The enraged Dark Demon Emperor's clone roared and instantly attacked Gu Fei. Endless demonic chi rushed out of his body, forming one terrifying demonic shadow after another. In the blink of an eye, countless demonic shadows filled up the entire space between heaven and earth. It was as if an endless army of demons had appeared in the sky. The terrifying demonic aura seemed as if the entire sky was about to explode. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this. Even Dao Heaven and the other two Supreme Great Emperors were shocked when they saw this. Is this really a clone? Array Master Reverence Chen, who was far away, was shocked. He couldn't help but wonder if he could block an attack like this if he was in Gu Fei's position. Even the first demon ancestor was exhausted to death by me. A mere clone wants to kill me? What a joke. As Gu Fei spoke, his right hand made a grabbing motion in the void. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he slashed with the sword. An immortal sword light rushed out of Gu Fei's hand and instantly slashed into the army of demons. The demonic shadows at the front were all cut in half by the sword. Countless demonic shadows dissipated into the void. Wherever the sword light passed, demonic shadows exploded one after another, turning back into demonic chi. A single sword to destroy an army of 10,000. Gu Fei's sword nearly split the sky and earth. Roar! The incarnation of the Dark Demon Emperor let out a furious roar and quickly retreated. He had sensed great danger. However, he had still underestimated the speed of the sword light. He felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he saw that the clothes on his chest had been cut open, but it was not deep into the devil blood. He was only an incarnation, not an existence with a real body of flesh and blood. However, Gu Fei cultivated the sword of the killing Tao. This sword of the killing Tao could slash everything in the world. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar dimmed. Gu Fei's sword strike directly injured the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation. This is, when the Sword Principal Supreme Being saw Gu Fei's slash, his eyes immediately widened. His sword Tao, the sword Tao supremacy, was truly moved. What Gu Fei displayed was a different kind of sword Tao, a sword Tao that even the sword Tao supremacy did not dare to think about. This sword Tao only had one word, and that was kill. Although they were both sword Taos, the sword Tao supremacy's sword Tao was not kill. Gu Fei's sword Tao was kill, representing death, while the sword Tao supremacy's sword Tao was life. He cultivated the sword of life. At this point in time, no one had expected that the unimaginably powerful Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation would be struck by Gu Fei's sword as soon as they clashed. In fact, Gu Fei was also a little surprised because this guy was not directly killed after being hit by his sword. If it were an ordinary supremacy, they would have long been destroyed in body and soul after being hit by his sword. Too weak. Gu Fei shook his head. You, the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation, was shocked and angry. This guy, the others were also shocked. The Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation was very strong, and it could even compete with the Supreme Great Emperor. Kill. The Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation slammed his palm toward Gu Fei. 6 black holes immediately appeared in the void, and each black hole emitted terrifying waves. This is the 6 Paths Immortal Destroying Palm? Someone cried out in surprise. The 6 Paths Immortal Destroying Palm? The others were also extremely shocked. This was the supreme cultivation technique of the demons of the primordial beginning realm, and the person who created this supreme demonic technique was the Dark Demon Emperor. Reincarnation power? Gu Fei stared at the 6 black holes that were about to devour him, and his expression turned grave for the first time. You want to beat me into reincarnation? Gu Fei's body shook, and he directly created a world to block the 6 black holes that were about to devour him. How is this possible? The Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation was really shocked this time. His palm was no small matter, and it could definitely kill an ordinary Supreme Great Immortal. Their primordial spirit would be devoured into the 6 paths of reincarnation, never to be reincarnated. However, his opponent had easily blocked his palm strike. Eat my fist too. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand had already disappeared. He clenched his right hand and threw a punch. There were no powerful waves of energy, and there was no dazzling divine light. Gu Fei's punch seemed like a casual punch from an ordinary person. However, it was this seemingly ordinary punch that shook heaven and earth. It broke through the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation's 6 paths immortal destroying palm, and the 6 black holes directly exploded in the void. The terrifying destructive power spread out in all directions. The Supreme Great Venerables who were watching the battle from afar immediately retreated. They did not want to be affected by this level of battle. Bam! The Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation directly exploded. Gu Fei killed the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation with a single punch. Everyone was directly stunned, as though they had turned into stone statues. They were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Dao Tian Emperor, Hao Xian Emperor, and the Yin Yang Emperor were also in disbelief. Just now, the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation had forced the Yin Yang Emperor to retreat with a single move. He died just like that? Everyone stared at the ball of demonic qi. Gu Fei directly rushed into the ball of demonic qi and madly devoured it. Is he crazy? Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's move. He was actually devouring demonic qi. This was the Dark Demon Emperor's demonic power. A strand of such demonic qi could actually demonize the living beings in an area. He is actually refining demonic qi. What kind of secret technique is this? All the Supreme Great Venerables were envious of Gu Fei's secret technique. This secret technique could refine all kinds of essence for his own use. This secret technique was absolutely heaven-defying. This Dao Tian Emperor stared at the indistinct figure of Gu Fei in the demonic qi with a blazing gaze. Hao Xian Emperor stared at Gu Fei. He could not wait to rush up and restrain Gu Fei, search his soul, and snatch that secret technique from Gu Fei. However, he did not dare to do so because Gu Fei killed the Dark Demon Emperor's incarnation with a single punch. It was just a punch. What kind of combat strength was that? Chapter 45-20. Great Emperor? What the F*** CK? Gu Fei killed an incarnation of the Dark Demon Emperor with one punch. In his opinion, the so-called Supreme Great Emperors were just existences at the Supreme Supremacy level in the ancestral realm. It was not as if he had never killed a supremacy in the ancestral realm. However, to those Supreme Great Emperors in the primordial realm, although Gu Fei killed an incarnation of the Dark Demon Emperor, this incarnation had the combat power of a Supreme Great Emperor. Supreme Great Emperors were the strongest existences in the primordial realm. They stood at the peak of all living beings and looked down on all realms. It was difficult for such existences to die, but today, the incarnation of the Dark Demon Emperor was completely destroyed. This shocked and angered the Supreme Demon Emperor in the 9 heavens. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the sky, and an incomparably huge figure appeared in the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation. Boom! The demonic figure directly punched the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation. The violent 2 blows directly caused the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation to shake, and the surrounding void to ripple. Formation runes appeared in the void one after another. Countless formation runes interweaved to form formation patterns. Each formation pattern bloomed with endless light, illuminating the entire world. How dare you destroy my incarnation? You deserve to die. Above the 9 heavens, the Dark Demon Emperor was furious. In the next moment, a drop of demon blood penetrated the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation. Boom! Endless demonic power suddenly erupted from the drop of demon blood, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. At this moment, countless powerhouses in the primordial realm were alarmed. In the monstrous demonic aura, a demonic figure loomed. Blood demon transformation? Gu Fei let all this happen. He let the drop of demon blood of the Dark Demon Emperor turn into a peerless demon with flesh and blood. Little fellow, I will send you on your way. In the demonic aura, the demonic figure spoke. Rumble. The demonic aura was mighty, and one after another, huge figures appeared in the demonic aura and directly pounced on Gu Fei. Haha, good timing. Gu Fei laughed heartily as he operated his Xian Qi. In the next moment, all the spirit qi in the world frantically converged towards him. It was as if he had suddenly turned into a bottomless black hole, as if he wanted to devour the whole world. One after another, the demonic dragons that rushed out of the demonic aura rushed into the black hole and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? The clone of the Dark Emperor was extremely shocked, and even the true body of the Dark Emperor above the 9 heavens couldn't help but be moved upon witnessing this scene. What kind of secret skill is this? It's so heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. As for Array Master Bai Chin, the founding ancestor of the mysterious Heaven Array sect, he was already dumbfounded by this scene. This was simply seizing the fortune of heaven and earth for his own use. This was because Gu Fei didn't just devour one type of spiritual energy. As long as it was spiritual energy, he would devour it. It was the same for demonic energy. What dark demon emperor? He's just an idiot. Gu Fei's voice rang out, and everyone who heard his voice was shocked to the extreme. This guy actually dared to look down on the unparalleled great demon, the Dark Demon Emperor? What did you say? The clone of the Dark Demon Emperor glared angrily at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei didn't know how many times he would have been killed by the clone of the Dark Demon Emperor. I said that you're an idiot. Don't deny it. In this world, who would be so stupid as to help their enemy increase their power? The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of disdain. The clone of the Dark Demon Emperor was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 6 paths of reincarnation. The doppelganger of the Dark Demon Emperor immediately used his trump card. Boom. The void trembled, and 6 black holes appeared around Gu Fei, then shrouded Gu Fei's real body at the same time, trying to tear him apart. Every black hole emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were really connected to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Humph! You want to dominate the reincarnation? Dream on. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the 6 black holes around him. The tenebrous demon emperor's clone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. No one had ever been able to break through his 6 paths mystique so easily. But today, there was actually someone crazy enough to swallow his 6-path mystic arts in one gulp. Bam! Without any suspense, Yang Ling threw another punch. It seemed like a gentle punch that didn't carry any power, yet it managed to destroy the Dark Emperor's clone, and even his divine clone was scattered. Preposterous. High in the sky, outside the demon ceiling formation, a drop of demonic blood appeared between the brows of the Dark Demon Emperor. He felt as if his divine soul had been torn apart. The clone of the Emperor of Darkness was stronger than his incarnation. Now that his clone had been killed by Gu Fei with a single punch, the Emperor of Darkness had also suffered a huge blow. The feeling of his soul being torn apart was enough to drive anyone crazy. Even the old antiques watching the battle nearby looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. At this moment, Formation Venerable Reverence Chun dared not think of seeking revenge on Gu Fei. His 10 personal disciples had died in vain. Could he be a supreme being who has surpassed the extreme grade? Someone guessed. Because the battle prowess Gu Fei had displayed could absolutely crush all living beings in the extreme grade. Even an extreme grade great emperor could not withstand a punch from him. Lad, if I can escape, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The Dark Demon Emperor roared. Is that so? Then I will give you a chance. Gu Fei said as he stretched out his right hand. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. What is he going to do? Everyone stared at Gu Fei. Could it be? Someone thought of something, and everyone was extremely shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand tightly. This was not a phantom image, but the real 9 heaven stars sword. An eternal divine sword that surpassed the extreme grade. Give me a chance? The Dark Demon Emperor was puzzled, but in the next moment, he understood what Gu Fei meant. Swoosh! Gu Fei made his move. It was just one sword strike, but it directly broke the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation above the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation, leaving a 1,000-foot-long hole in the 9th heaven demon ceiling formation, breaking the formation with a sword. This scene made everyone's expression change. Oh no, is this guy crazy? A demon descends upon the earth. Is he going to bring the primordial world into the Dark Ages? The extreme grade beings nearby were all in an uproar. Good. Seeing this, the Dark Demon Emperor was surprised and overjoyed. In the next moment, he directly rushed out of the hole in the 9 heaven demon ceiling formation. Rumble. The Dark Demon Emperor appeared under the 9 heaven. Endless demonic might erupted from his body, and the whole world fell into darkness. Chapter 45:21. The Great 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling Formation was a powerful ceiling formation set up by the supreme emperors of the primordial realm countless years ago. Although the formation was very powerful, it was mainly used to seal the Dark Demon Emperor who had wreaked havoc in the primordial realm. Even the Dark Demon Emperor was sealed in the extraterrestrial demon realm by the formation. However, today, someone had broken the Great 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling Formation with a single sword strike and released the Peerless Demon. More than half of the supreme Tao-level life forms nearby retreated. The demon was extremely powerful and had once swept through the entire primordial realm. If it wasn't for all the supreme emperors of the primordial realm working together, they really wouldn't have been able to suppress the demon. Even with all the supreme emperors of the primordial realm working together, they still couldn't kill the Dark Demon Emperor. They could only chase him back to the extraterrestrial demon realm and set up a formation to seal the demon there. Over the years, countless formation grandmasters of the primordial realm had continuously strengthened the Great 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling Formation. However, the Great 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling Formation couldn't withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. Dark Demon Emperor, the Tao Heaven Emperor, the Yin Yang Emperor, and Great Emperor Haoshuan were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Gu Fei had actually released the demon. Those below the Great Emperor level, back off. The Tao Heaven Emperor's voice rang through the entire world, reverberating through the void. Hearing this, those beings of the extreme path immediately retreated, very decisively. Even Array Venerate by Chan and his 3 disciples retreated in a hurry. They didn't dare to stay any longer. After all, the upcoming battle wasn't something he could control. Soon, there were no other life forms within 1,000,000,000 miles of the abyss except for Gu Fei's group. Ha! At this moment, the Dark Demon Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Gu Fei looked at the Dark Demon Emperor indifferently. I'm laughing at your stupidity for letting me out. The Dark Demon Emperor was in a good mood. Really? Gu Fei did not think much of it. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Emperor Haoshuan was getting impatient. All right, since you want to reincarnate earlier, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. In the next moment, a shocking aura suddenly erupted from the Dark Demon Emperor's body, and rays of divine light lingered around him. Demonic Dragon Flurry. The Dark Demon Emperor bellowed, and endless demonic energy instantly transformed into 18 great dragons, each of which exuded a monstrous demonic might. The 18 demonic dragons formed from demonic energy charged towards Gu Fei and the others, causing transparent ripples to appear in the air. It had to be said that the void of the primordial beginning realm was extremely stable. Even if an extreme-grade sovereign attacked, he would not be able to shatter the void. Your opponent is me. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand flew up, turned into a dazzling divine light, and slashed at the 3 demonic dragons that were charging towards him. After slashing the 3 dragons, the sword light that rushed out of Gu Fei's hand directly rushed towards the Dark Demon Emperor at an extremely fast speed. The Dark Demon Emperor could not help but be surprised. This guy seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. Swish! His figure instantly blurred, and the extremely sharp sword light directly slashed at the blurry demonic figure. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. His sword seemed to have slashed at the air, and he did not feel any force at all. The secret technique that the other party displayed was somewhat similar to the anti-void secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path that he had cultivated. At this moment, the Dark Demon Emperor seemed to have merged with the surrounding world. At the same time, a demonic claw instantly grabbed his chest. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly moved to the side. Sword of the 9 Firmaments cold. An immortal sword light suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's hand. In the next moment, The sword light even cut through the void, and everything tangible and intangible was destroyed. Even if the demon had cultivated the anti-void secret technique of the 9 secrets of a mortal path, he could not avoid this sword. 1,000 demonic illusions. The tenebrous demon emperor let out a furious roar as well. In the next moment, countless demonic shadows appeared between the heavens and earth, filling every inch of the void. Countless demonic shadows appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even Dao Heaven Emperor, Hao Xian Emperor, and Yin Yang Emperor could not immediately tell that the demonic shadow was the Dark Demon Emperor's true body. However, Gu Fei was different. He directly opened his Eye of Eternity. All the demonic shadows disappeared, leaving only one demonic shadow. That demonic shadow was the Dark Demon Emperor's true body. No matter how many demonic shadows you conjure, so what? I can break them with a single glance. Whoosh! The demonic blood appeared, and wherever Gu Fei's sword light passed, a bloody wound immediately appeared on the Dark Demon Emperor's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half by Gu Fei's sword. The demonic blood dripped from the sky, and each drop erupted with a monstrous demonic qi. Seeing this, the Yin Yang Emperor immediately took out his Yin Yang heavenly refining cauldron and stored away the demonic blood that fell from the sky. This was demonic blood that had not been refined, and was fatal to all living beings below the extreme Tao. The demonic qi contained within it could even demonize all living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, turning countless living beings into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. If the demonic blood fell on the ground, even a single drop would turn the entire area into a demonic domain. I'm actually injured? The Dark Demon Emperor was enraged. This little guy could actually injure him. Roar! The Dark Demon Emperor roared at the sky. He had just let out an earth-shattering roar, but his voice immediately stopped. He swallowed it back because Gu Fei had arrived again. 9 heaven-punishing swords, 9 heaven-punishing swords. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the abyss. 9 sword lights that connected heaven and earth appeared between heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the Dark Demon Emperor. What? The Dark Demon Emperor was a little dumbfounded. This little guy was too powerful. There was actually someone in this world who had cultivated the sword Dao to such a terrifying level. The killing intent emanating from the 9 streaks of sword light wasn't very strong, but it was enough to make even a being like the Dark Demon Emperor feel his soul tremble. The Dark Demon Emperor was far more powerful than ordinary Supreme Great Emperors. He already had half a foot in the quasi-eternal realm, which was enough to sweep the entire primordial world. However, he had met his match. Sky Splitter. The Dark Demon Emperor did not hesitate and directly opened his inner world. It was as if a world was opening around his body. It was the power of Sky Splitter. He was actually using the power of Sky Splitter to resist Gu Fei's 9 heavenly swords. It was the 9 heavenly stars sword. Even the power of Sky Splitter couldn't block it. The 9 sword lights converged and directly slashed into the Dark Demon Emperor's inner world. Then, they pierced through the Dark Demon Emperor's body. The Demon Emperor of a generation was actually slashed into pieces by Gu Fei, and even his inner world was destroyed. Chapter 45-22. The southern region of the primal beginning realm was incomparably vast. At this time, a demon emperor was fighting against 3 supreme great emperors. Blood fell from the sky. In the end, the demon emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to fall from the sky. Gu Fei took out the 9 heaven star sword. This was an eternal realm Dao artifact that Gu Fei had refined. Not everyone could refine this Dao artifact by themselves. With the 9 heaven stars sword protecting him, Gu Fei could ignore all his opponents. In the end, Gu Fei killed the supreme demon emperor with 1 sword strike. The entire world returned to peace, and one powerful figure after another left. The battle of the Great Abyss finally ended. Gu Fei had gained a lot from this battle. Not only did he obtain the myriad formation diagram and the star and moon chasing whip, but he also subdued a fellow. After the battle of the Great Abyss ended, an unexpected change occurred in the chaotic region between the primal beginning realm and the primal beginning realm. Boom! A peerlessly powerful figure broke through the void and charged into the primal beginning realm. Terrifying energy waves shook the heavens and alarmed countless experts in the primal beginning realm. How is this possible? The powerful existences in the primal beginning realm were shocked. Only the experts of the primal beginning realm had ever charged into other worlds, not the experts of the primal beginning realm. But today, the entire chaotic region became unstable. The primal chaos immortal mansion is going to disappear again? An unparalleled expert of the primordial realm said this. Yes, the chaotic region is beginning to recover. Someone had discovered that something was wrong. It's time to go back. Outside the chaotic region of the primal beginning realm, Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. Everyone stared nervously at the chaotic region in front of them. At this time, in the chaotic region of the primal chaos immortal mansion, countless creatures died. Powerful figures fell one after another. Something terrible happened in the world of the primal chaos immortal mansion. Unknown creatures appeared, and these creatures surrounded all the foreign creatures that entered the world of the primal chaos immortal mansion. Even ordinary extreme Tao Supremes could not stop them. A figure wielding a spear was engaged in a fierce battle with those creatures, blocking the dozen or so creatures that were chasing after him. Di Jiutian, let's go together. A white-robed youth protected Gu Ling while Qin Yao and the rest charged at the spear-wielding black figure. You go first. I'll be right behind you. The black figure shouted loudly. He brandished the spear in his hand and sent a living being of the immortal palace flying. The living being that was struck directly shattered in the void. Whoosh! At the same time, there was a flash of blood-red light, and a bloody gash appeared on that person's body. A terrifying creature had injured that black shadow. This is terrifying. Countless years ago, something like this happened once. Countless extreme Tao paragons perished in that battle. Some of the old-timers howled in grief as they were blasted into dregs by the terrifying creatures. Seemingly soulless creatures emerged from the ground of the primal chaos immortal mansion. These creatures seemed to be under the control of some kind of power, and as soon as they emerged, they attacked the surrounding creatures. Those were the creatures that had perished in the primal chaos immortal mansion countless years ago. For some reason, these ancient existences had actually reappeared at this time. Moreover, there was no trace of vitality in these creatures. However, each of their battle prowess was absolutely abnormal, comparable to ordinary extreme Tao paragons. All right, the white-robed youth protected Gu Ling and the others, and they quickly rushed towards the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. Boom! At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked the star beast Venerable's path. It was a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. However, her lifeless eyes made the star beast Venerable's heart palpitate. This woman and the other terrifying creatures didn't have a trace of vitality in them, and they seemed to be attacking instinctively. The star beast Venerable's right hand made a grabbing motion in the void, and a divine spear immediately materialized in her hand. Whoosh! The white-robed woman moved, and the spear in her hand directly pierced towards the star beast Venerable. Roar! The star beast Venerable let out a furious roar. In the next moment, countless illusory figures of stars appeared around the star beast Venerable, and a starfield appeared in the void. The countless stars directly collided with the spear in the white-robed woman's hand. However, the spear in the white-robed woman's hand did not budge at all. Blood splattered all of a sudden. The seemingly ordinary spear actually pierced through the star beast Venerable's body. At the same time, the mysterious woman broke free from her restraints and instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, she threw a punch at the star beast Venerable. Rumble! The mysterious woman's punch directly shook the heavens. Bam! The star beast Venerable also threw a punch. The two fists collided in an instant. Two extremely powerful forces burst out in an instant, and the two figures flew back at the same time. The star beast Venerable and the mysterious woman started fighting, and for a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Gu Ling and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No one expected such a thing to happen. Those dead creatures actually appeared out of nowhere and killed anyone they saw. Roar! At this time, Di Jiutian showed his prowess and directly engaged in a chaotic battle with the dozens of experts. After half an hour, he walked out with blood all over his body. The mysterious living beings that surrounded him were all killed by him. To be more precise, they were turned into dust. After all, Di Jiutian was an unparalleled expert that came from the human realm. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still held the spear in his hand tightly, and his battle intent was still strong. Kill. Di Jiutian joined the battle, and the two supremacies fought against the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman's physical body was so strong that it was insanely strong. She was actually able to fight against the spear in Di Jiutian's hand with her bare hands. That was an extreme Dao weapon. Clanging sounds could be heard as streaks of extremely sharp sword qi emerged from his body. They tore the void apart and forced the star beast Venerable and Di Jiutian to retreat. This, Gu Ling, Qin Yao, and the others who were watching at the side were inexplicably shocked. This mysterious woman was still so terrifying after death. If she was alive, wouldn't she be even more heaven-defying? Where is father? At this time, Gu Ling thought of her father, Gu Fei. She did not know that her father had still killed his way into the primordial world. Kill! Kill! The star beast Venerable and Di Jiutian roared at the same time. An endless killing intent erupted from their bodies, sweeping the heavens and earth. They were fighting with their lives on the line. How could this be? They were actually forced to fight with their lives on the line by a dead person. What was going on? The great terror in the primordial chaos immortal mansion world was too terrifying. Chapter 45-23. At the border between the primordial realm and the primordial ancestral realm, the laws of the two realms collided and intertwined, turning the area into a land of chaos. This wasn't the chaos that existed before the creation of the world, but the collision of the laws of the two realms. Therefore, the land of chaos was extremely chaotic. Chaotic turbulence would appear from time to time, and this kind of chaotic turbulence could easily kill a saint. Even if ordinary immortals could enter the land of chaos, they would be instantly crushed by the chaotic turbulence and perish in both body and soul. Only quasi-supreme existences could resist the chaotic turbulence. At this time, an extremely terrifying thing happened in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. It was a legendary horror. This horror had happened countless years ago. Every living being that entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion had died in that battle. Not a single person had made it out alive. Now, the horror of the Chaos Immortal Mansion had actually happened. Why is my luck so bad? This is my first time here, and I already encountered a legendary horror. I don't want to die. A fat man wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf as he dashed out of an ancient palace in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. The fat man seemed to be terrified, as his face was pale. More than a dozen people in black were chasing after the fat man. These people were all floating in the void with their legs stretched out about a meter above the ground. These people were shrouded in an aura of death. There were white-haired old men, handsome young men, and beautiful young women among them. However, their eyes were lifeless and their faces were as pale as paper. The dozen people floated out of the ancient palace and chased after the fat man. The fat man cried for his parents as he dashed towards the exit of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. However, he was too far away from the exit. Furthermore, there were dangers everywhere along the way, so it wouldn't be easy to escape the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Meanwhile, the area where Guling and the others were was blown apart. Black holes were everywhere within a radius of billions of miles. Some of the black holes even had chaotic aura seeping out of them. The void between heaven and earth was riddled with holes. Di Jiutian displayed his absolute strength. The battle spear in his hand pierced through the void and nailed a white-haired death servant in the air. Bam! Di Jiutian shook the battle spear in his hand, and in the next moment, Deadpool, who was nailed in the void, was directly shocked into a cloud of blood mist by the tyrannical force coming from the battle spear. However, the Deadpool's blood mist was quickly condensing. Soon, the Deadpool appeared in front of Di Jiutian again. These things are indestructible? Di Jiutian could not help but be moved. He had shattered several of these monsters in a row, But these monsters quickly reformed their physical bodies and reappeared, as if they had not been injured at all. As long as this world is not destroyed, these damned things will not disappear, Star Beast Venerable said as he attacked. He was entangled by 5 death servants and was in a constant battle. These death servants all had astonishing battle prowess. Even if he had the battle prowess of a High Lord, he still suffered heavy injuries. A broken sword was still stuck in his shoulder. Starlight of the Great Path emanated from the Star Beast Venerable. One after another, stars circled around him like real stars, and every one of them was powerful enough to shatter the void. This was the most primordial power of the stars. The 5 death servants were constantly sent flying by Star Beast Venerable, but they immediately rushed forward again. They were not afraid of death at all, because they did not know how long they had been dead for. Some kind of power in the Chaos Immortal Abode was controlling these death servants. At this time, in various parts of the Chaos Immortal Abode, countless powerful living beings from the outside world were killed by the death servants. Streams of essence chi shot up into the sky, directly merging into a ball of divine light in the sky of the Chaos Immortal Abode. Within the divine light, a divine cocoon was faintly visible. Did the Chaos Death Servants in the Chaos Immortal Abode kill countless powerful beings in order to provide the divine cocoon with essence chi? At the peak of a mountain in the Chaos Immortal Abode, a black-robed young man sat cross-legged. At this time, the black-robed young man was looking deep into the sky of this world. The world in the Chaos Immortal Abode was incomparably vast, like a truly flawless world. However, the laws of heaven and earth here were not complete. Countless death servants gathered at the foot of the mountain. These death servants were all climbing up the mountain, but when they climbed halfway up, they would directly fall down. Halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking the way. The death servants that fell down the mountain continued to climb up. What the hell is that? Even with the black-robed young man's divine eyes, he couldn't see through the divine cocoon in the sky. The divine cocoon was very mysterious, as if it carried the entire Tao of heaven and earth. It also seemed to exude an incomparably ancient and eternal aura. Is there a living being undergoing nirvana there, or is it trying to make a leap to eternity? The black-robed young man muttered to himself, as if the stars, sun, and moon were floating in his eyes. No matter what, the black-robed young man understood one thing, and that was that this so-called Chaos Immortal Abode with great opportunities was a trap that would last for eternity. As long as living beings from the outside world died here, their essence chi would be devoured by the divine cocoon in the sky. Over the countless years, the divine cocoon in the sky had devoured the essence chi of countless living beings. Moreover, there were even extreme supremes who had fallen here. Those were extreme supremes, existences that stood at the peak of all living beings. If the essence chi of an extreme supremacy erupted, it could definitely burst a part of the world. But in this place, even if an extreme supremacy died, his essence chi would also be devoured by the divine cocoon in the sky. At this time, a heaven realm old ancestor was being chased by a group of immortal abode death servants. He fled from the mountain peak where the black-robed young man was. When he saw the black-robed young man sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, he staggered and almost fell from the clouds. Gu Fei? The old ancestor was badly frightened. Even the immortal abode death servants chasing after him couldn't give him such a feeling of fear. He immediately changed direction and hid far away. The killing tribulation in the Chaos Immortal Abode continued. Countless death servants woke up from their slumber, and a powerful aura of death appeared in this part of the world. In this part of the world, in particular, terrifying existences walked out of the danger zones that even extreme supremes didn't dare to set foot in. A flood dragon rushed out of a deep pool of condensed death chi. This flood dragon opened its mouth and let out a long roar. The whole area shook, and countless death servants nearby trembled at this moment. In a valley where countless powerhouses had been killed, a demonic ape the size of a small hill rushed out. This demonic ape tore a supremacy apart with a single move. A group of volcanoes that spat out hellfire suddenly exploded. Towering hellfire erupted, and a figure with a pair of wings on its back emerged from the hellfire. Chapter 45-24. The massacre in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion continued. With the appearance of the terrifying death giant, the entire Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion was shrouded in the shadow of death. Is Master going to succeed? The Death Dragon had its own consciousness, which was different from the ordinary death servants of the Immortal Mansion. The other two leaders also raised their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, there was a divine cocoon shrouded in endless divine light. At this moment, the divine cocoon was crazily devouring the life essence that was gathering from all directions. The creatures that could enter the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion to fight for the so-called fortune were all experts, and there were even many Supreme Masters. However, the divine cocoon had already devoured a lot of Supreme Master's life essence, but it was still not enough. The creature inside the divine cocoon was very heaven-defying. At least, in the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, it was absolutely extraordinary. Once it came out, it would certainly be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was at least in the half-step eternal realm, which was much stronger than Supreme Supremacies and Supreme Emperors. Unless those fellows from the Ancestral Realm took action, but Gu Fei's clone knew that unless the Ancestral Realm was in danger of being destroyed, those people would not take action. They were ghost-like existences that wandered the Ancestral Realm like ordinary people, hiding in the streets like ordinary people. They were looking for something. Gu Fei did not know what those people cared about. At that level of cultivation, they were already invincible, but those people seemed to be looking for something. This is also a path. Gu Fei's clone sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. A wave of energy rippled out from his body, enveloping half of the mountain peak. The Immortal Mansion's death servants at the foot of the mountain could only climb halfway up the mountain before being shaken off. The creature inside the divine cocoon had obviously walked on the eternal path, but no one knew whether it could be walked through or not. There was no path at the end of the extreme path, so it needed to walk on its own. However, for countless years, it seemed that the only person who had successfully walked this path was Gu Fei. Although others had taken the first step towards the eternal path, they had only achieved a different kind of eternal path, which was fundamentally different from the true eternal path. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a sound like the beating of a heavenly drum came from high up in the sky. It also sounded like a beating heart. What happened? All the powerful beings who had barged into the Chaos Immortal abode were shocked to the extreme. Protect the young master and leave first. At that moment, Di Jiotian held the battle spear in his hand and blocked all the Immortal Mansion's death servants on his own. All right. Without hesitation, the star beast Venerable waved his hand, and a ball of divine light enveloped Gu Ling and Qin Yao. Then, they turned into a galaxy of divine light and rushed toward the entrance of the Holy Realm's abode. The Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy were in an extremely sorry state. Seeing that his boss had left, the Black Wind Supreme turned into a gust of black wind and chased after the star beast Venerable. Eat my arrow. The Shooting Sun Supreme drew the godly bow in his hand. Buzz. A divine arrow immediately appeared on the bowstring, and the power of heaven and earth from all directions immediately madly gathered towards the person and the bow. Whoosh! Once the divine arrow was released, it instantly turned into 9 beams of arrow light. The 9 beams of arrow light shot straight at the 9 Immortal Mansion's death servants. The moment the arrow light entered their bodies, the 9 death servants immediately stopped moving. In the next moment, the 9 death servants directly exploded into a mist of blood. However, the death servants were indestructible. Soon, the mist of blood condensed, and the 9 figures appeared again. This is outrageous. The Shooting Sun Supreme was terrified. Di Jiotian, I'm leaving first. The Shooting Sun Supremacy shouted and ran away as well. Di Jiotian displayed his unparalleled combat strength alone with his battle spear. He actually managed to block more than 10 Immortal Mansion's death servants. Moreover, one of the death servants was extremely powerful, and it could fight endlessly with the battle spear with its bare hands. It was a woman with an extremely strong physical body. Even though she had been dead for countless years, this woman was still so powerful that even Di Jotian was a little moved. In this world, apart from Gu Fei, there was actually someone else who could cultivate their physical body to such a powerful level. Meanwhile, at this time, the other extreme-grade powerhouses were all running for their lives. However, at this time, the three leaders of death also made their move. The Flood Dragon directly pounced towards an extremely powerful extreme-grade aura. It was a supreme exalted Lord-level being. Boom! Without any suspense, a great battle between supremacies broke out. That supremacy from the primordial realm was an existence that was the ruler of a region in the primordial realm. He overlooked billions of lives and dominated an area. However, this ruler of a region could not even withstand 3 attacks from the leader of death. His head was smashed to pieces by the Flood Dragon's claw, and his spirit was shattered. The poor ruler of a region's cultivation turned into a beam of divine light that reached the heavens. It was devoured by the divine cocoon in the sky and turned into energy that helped the divine cocoon transform. The sound that sounded like the beating of heavenly drums in the sky became even louder. The leader of death made his move. This kind of existence directly targeted a powerful supremacy living being. Boom! The living being with wings on its back directly descended from the sky and pounced towards Di Jotian. Just in time, Di Jotian roared angrily. The battle spear in his hand turned into a shocking divine rainbow that pierced the sky and pounced towards the winged living being. The winged humanoid living being struck out with its palm and directly shattered the penetrating divine light. Then, it pressed down with its palm. Boom! A huge palm print immediately appeared on the ground. However, Di Jotian's figure had already disappeared. With just one move, it had blasted Di Jotian, a powerhouse of a generation, into the ground. This kind of combat strength was definitely enough to shock the world. It should be known that Di Jotian was not an ordinary supremacy. Roar! Di Jotian's deep roar came from underground. In the next moment, the ground directly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. This person was Di Jotian. Die! Di Jotian did not hesitate at all. He directly attacked the humanoid living being. His hands that were holding the divine spear had been shattered, and he almost could not hold it anymore. However, without any suspense, Di Jotian was once again sent flying. His chest was a bloody mess, and his heart was almost dug out by the humanoid living being. How can he be so strong? Di Jotian found it hard to believe. These fellows were definitely not in the eternal realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been trapped here. This was a one-sided battle, but Di Jotian was a battle maniac. The stronger he was, the stronger he became. Even though he was constantly sent flying and suffered a great impact, he was still able to fight, but he was still enjoying it. He wanted to make use of the other party to stimulate all of his potential. A person would only be able to stimulate their own potential when faced with the threat of death. Chapter 45-25. The battle maniac Di Jotian had entered the Tao through battle. He was a natural-born battle god, and his life goal was to fight. He wanted to fight all over the 9 skies and 10 lands. He had earned his reputation through battle. He had evolved through battle and changed through battle. He wanted to be the strongest warrior. Right now, he could definitely be called the battle ancestor. Boom! The winged humanoid living being was ridiculously powerful. His wings were like heavenly blades that sent Di Jotian flying thousands of miles away. He crashed into a huge mountain. What a tough fella. The humanoid creature was one of the 3 Death Lords of the Chaos Immortal Abode. Its combat strength was enough to sweep away all opponents at the extreme grade. Although Di Jotian was the battle ancestor, he was no match for it. However, Di Jotian was a supremacy after all. He had entered the Tao through battle, so his combat experience was unparalleled. Although he was sent flying thousands of miles away by the humanoid creature and his body was covered in hideous wounds, his will to fight was still strong. He gripped the spear in his hand and walked out of the dust and gravel, one step at a time. The humanoid creature's attack just now had almost shattered his body. A powerful wave of origin source power erupted from Di Jotian's body. The countless wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ancient runes appeared on his body one after another, forming a pattern. To be more precise, it was an ancient Tao diagram. The appearance of the Tao diagram proved that Dijiotian was no longer holding back. Boom! When the Tao diagram completely appeared on Dijiotian's body, an extremely violent and powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Oh, I thought it would be boring, but it seems a little interesting now. The humanoid creature's eyes lit up when he saw the changes on Dijiotian's body. He had not expected Dijiotian to be holding back. Die! Dijiotian roared. His body turned into a beam of light as he merged with his spear and pierced towards the humanoid creature. His speed was extremely fast. Dijiotian's strength and speed had greatly increased. Boom! The humanoid creature used one of its wings to block Dijiotian's attack. Dijiotian's battle spear pierced the humanoid creature's wings, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was unbelievable. The battle spear in Dijiotian's hand was not an ordinary extreme Tao weapon. It was a great killing weapon that he had refined for countless years. He could not believe that this humanoid life form had actually used a wing to block his attack. In the next moment, the humanoid life form's wings flapped, and countless rays of death shot out from his wings, piercing towards Dijiotian like they were covering the sky and earth. The feathers on his wings had turned into a terrifying light of death. They were so close that it was impossible for Dijiotian to dodge. Roar! Dijiotian roared furiously. Without thinking, he retreated immediately. At the same time, the battle spear in his hand danced in front of him like a shield. A ball of divine light blocked the countless rays of death that were piercing towards him. He managed to block the rays of death from the front, but he could not block the rays of death from the side. Dijiotian's body glowed with blood as the rays of death continuously pierced through his body, leaving behind bloody holes. This kind of injury was nothing to him, but the power of death contained in the rays of death was corroding his vitality. Dijiotian was both shocked and furious. Apart from Gu Fei, this fellow was the strongest opponent he had encountered in many years. The threat this fellow posed to him was even greater than that of Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei would not kill him, but the undead creature before him wanted to. What's going on? Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting on the mountain peak, noticed the battle between Dijiotian and the humanoid life form. He was shocked to find out that Dijiotian was being suppressed. That was the battle maniac Dijiotian. At that moment, the star beast Venerable, Gu Ling, and Qin Yao were already near the entrance of the immortal abode. However, the doors of the immortal abode, which had originally been open, were closing. Moreover, many of the undead creatures from the immortal abode were guarding the entrance. Anyone who tried to escape would be mercilessly killed. On the empty ground in front of the immortal abode's entrance, corpses piled up and formed a small mountain of corpses. It was a terrifying sight. Those were the unlucky souls who had been killed by the immortal abode's death servants guarding the entrance. This is outrageous. We're going to die anyway. Let's fight it out with these fellows. Someone said angrily. That's right. If we fight it out, we might have a chance of survival. If we don't fight it out, we won't even have a chance of survival. Someone said loudly. At that moment, many powerhouses from various forces had gathered at the entrance of the immortal abode. Countless cultivators were also gathering from all directions. Fight it out. Fight it out. The hundreds of powerhouses gathered at the entrance of the immortal abode roared angrily, their voices shaking the sky. Kill. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. A powerful divine consciousness spread from the figure's body, and a voice filled with murderous intent rang in everyone's hearts. What? That's the hundreds of powerhouses from the heavenly realm, the human realm, the ancestral realm, and the primordial realm were all shocked. The newcomer was a flood dragon. Unlike the other death servants of the immortal abode, this flood dragon had a complete and independent memory. The giant of death arrived. The pressure that erupted from the flood dragon's body made it difficult for the hundreds of powerhouses to breathe. At that moment, following the flood dragon's order, the death servants who were originally guarding the entrance of the immortal abode immediately charged at the hundreds of powerhouses. The hundreds of powerhouses were also ruthless. Their eyes were bloodshot as they directly pounced on the group of death servants. Although the death servants were not very strong, they were indestructible. Even if they were blasted apart, they could still reassemble their bodies and attack again. As for the primordial realm, the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm, once they were killed by the death servants, they were truly dead. Although the beings from the four great worlds had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, the hundreds of powerhouses were quickly defeated by the mere 20 or so death servants. How could they continue fighting? This was a group of enemies that could not be killed. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to stay alive. What should we do? The star beast Venerable was shocked and anxious when he saw that more than half of the gate of the immortal abode was already closed. Did these fellas really want to close the gate and kill everyone in the immortal abode? Charge over! The shooting sun supreme chased after them and shot an arrow at the city gate. Whoosh! The divine arrow flew across the sky and hit the group of death servants. Boom! The death servants were directly blasted away by the tyrannical force of the explosion, and some of the death servants were directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Even if they were blasted into a bloody mist, the death servants could still reassemble their bodies and reappear in the immortal abode. Charge over! The divine sun supremacy shouted and shot another arrow. This arrow hit the gate of the immortal abode that was closing, and the speed at which the gate was closing slowed down immediately. The star beast Venerable was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed over with Gu Ling and Qin Yao. Just as he was about to rush out, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of the star beast Venerable. Scram! The star beast Venerable was furious and attacked the fellow who dared to block him. Countless stars emerged from his body and blasted towards the fellow. Oomph! That guy sneered. In the next moment, black lightning bolts of death rushed out of his body and directly bombarded the countless stars that were about to explode. No one has ever escaped from me, the flood dragon said coldly. Is that so? The star beast Venerable threw Gu Ling and Qin Yao into his inner world and rushed forward. This was definitely a battle between supremacies. The moment they exchanged blows, heaven and earth shook and the surrounding death servants were blasted away. The star beast Venerable was very frightening when he was angry. However, the Death Flood Dragon was one of the 3 death giants in the immortal abode world. Its combat power was absolutely shocking, especially since it had an almost indestructible Tao body. As long as the Chaos Immortal Abode world wasn't destroyed, it would continue to exist. The star beast Venerable was no match for the Death Flood Dragon. He was completely suppressed by it and didn't even have the ability to fight back. The shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy were shocked when they saw this. There were actually so many powerful beings here. Even in the ancestral realm, the star beast Venerable was an overlord-level being. However, he couldn't even defeat a flood dragon here. No one would believe this even if they told others about it. Just as the star beast Venerable and the death flood dragon were fighting endlessly, a long howl was heard from afar. Although the howl was very far away, it still made countless cultivators feel as if their souls were trembling when they heard it. Another death giant? Everyone was in despair. One death giant was already very difficult to deal with, and now there was another one. Who could fight against another death giant? Oh no! The star beast Venerable was shocked when he saw this. He was careless, and was sent flying by the death flood dragon with a swipe of its tail. I'm dead this time. The black wind supremacy's expression was gloomy. Hey, little snake, do you need help? The newcomer said loudly. Little snake? Everyone present was dumbfounded. This guy was too awesome. He actually dared to call the flood dragon that. That was one of the death giants. You old ape, get lost. The death flood dragon roared angrily. Hee hee, I won't get lost. What can you do to me? The newcomer was an ape. However, this ape was extremely powerful. It was the 3rd death giant in the Chaos Immortal Abode world. All right, let the harvest begin. As the demonic ape spoke, it charged towards the others. At this moment, everyone was in despair. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.